Hey y'all, welcome to Live and Upfront Media. We're your hosts,
Hello.
Ruby and Mel.
Hey, yo, what's up? What's good? What's happening? What's popping? You know how we do, okay? And to be fair, I know y'all are like, yo, don't you normally start earlier than this? But there's a reason we are starting later, and it's because our guest of honor had a later schedule. We had to try to work with her, and we didn't want to be up here for like 7 hours. So
Right.
we
And
decided to start later.
y'all know I get up early, so I'm staying up late just for y'all. Just
Hmm.
to entertain y'all. I'm gonna try not to fall asleep.
Fingers
Y'all
crossed
know
on that
me.
one.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah, I already know. But I gotta really try to stop doing that because that's not a good look. But
Mhm. No,
what
especially
is
now when you
going
leave me here by myself, girl.
Oh
What's
my
up?
God, girl. I'm gonna try not to do that anymore. But what's going on with you, Ruby?
I sprained my back.
Oh,
Yeah, listen, no one who's been listening to Ruby for longer than a couple years is surprised when I come with a new battle wound. And by battle wound, I mean doing normal things that don't injure normal people. And somehow I got injured anyway. Um, but yeah, it's all good, staying strong,
you
holding
still
down the
made
fort.
it. Right. That's all that
Yeah,
matters. You still made it. So we got a good
exactly.
show. But
Yes.
guys, we have a special guest today. Y'all
Mhm.
probably know her as Gigi, Golden Goddess. She is biracial and she's bringing a guest along. I think multiracial. I forgot. I'm sorry. That's bad. I don't even know her name like that. But she's bringing her guest along and they're going to talk about the struggles of being biracial. But before we get into that, we have something for y'all because you guys always say, "Hey, big girls can't make it. Big girls don't make money.
Mhm.
You got to lose weight, you got to get in shape if you want to be if you want to make it in life, you got to be fit, feminine and friendly." Well, that's not the case, right, Ruby? We found
It
something for you.
definitely, it definitely is not. But you know what? I don't even want to start there yet. I know we still don't have all of the kinks ironed out. We don't have the poll today because, listen, my body is broke down and Melody's handle on technology is broke down. This girl
Right.
cannot keep technology together to save her life. So her phone is broke now, her laptop's broke, everything broke. But you know what,
Everything.
I do feel like, it would be kind of cool if we at least do the optical illusion thing today and try to teach people a little something about themselves as we wait for people to file in, because I know it's late today, they're not used to this timing, so they might need a little time to get here. So we want to do the optical illusion before we jump into who's really winning in
Oh
2022.
yeah. Let's do it. I'm
Oh, okay
ready.
then. All righty then. All right, y'all. So this is what we are gonna do. Okay. First, I'm gonna show y'all a picture. Okay. And when you see the picture, what you're gonna do is you're gonna tell us, right? Write it in the chat room. What do you see first? What's the thing that jumps out at you when you look at it? Okay. And then I'm gonna tell you what it means about you. Okay. Depending on what you saw first. And of course, me and Melody are gonna give our answers too. Okay.
Hmm.
All right, so here's a picture. Okay, everyone take a good look at this. When you looked at this picture right away, when you first looked at the picture, what's the first thing you saw? Right? And make sure, it's the first instinct. I mean, I'm sure eventually everyone will see both things, right? But what's the first thing that popped out at you? Because that actually does say something about your mental psyche, health, well-being. It depends on the picture of the week. Okay, we're gonna have one every week as y'all are filing in, just so that way people don't miss the beginning of this stuff. Because then y'all always file in like 10, 15, 20 minutes late, and then you're like, I missed the beginning. So,
Right. You don't want to miss this.
right? Now, what did you see first, Melody?
Well, oh, you put it up already? See, my phone is really messed up. I can't
Oh,
see it.
girl, that's sad. That's so sad.
Oh
That is very sad, girl.
no.
That is very sad.
Oh no. Hold on,
Hmm.
let me get my other phone. 1 second. I know this is tacky, guys, but bear with me. Wait, don't say anything yet. Let me get
I'm not
on.
saying nothing. I ain't saying
Okay.
nothing.
I'm gonna go on right now and see. What do
Okay.
I? Oh, an apple.
Okay.
What do
Everyone
you see?
said they saw the apple first. I actually didn't see the apple first. I saw the two faces. That's the first thing I saw was the two faces, and
Oh.
then I saw the apple core immediately after that. But I saw the two faces first. Okay. So if you guys don't know what I'm talking
Mhm.
about, if you look at this outline right here, so you got the face, nose, lips, chin, neck, right? And then you got the other face here, right? Doing the same thing.
I did not see that at all.
It's
Wow,
cool,
that's
right?
amazing. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to tell y'all what it means. So, for those of y'all who saw the apple first, okay, if you saw the apple, this is said to mean that you are happy and content with what you see in life. So, if it's an apple to you, you take things for what they are and you are pretty happy with what you see in life. You know you can always rely on your close people and they will support you no matter what. You're always in a good mood and you pass it on to others. Okay. So
Okay.
that's what that meant about you if you saw them. Now, if you're like me and you saw the folks, you saw the two faces first, you saw the two people. Might not want to admit it. I mean, come on, the first one was so good, right? So the second one's gonna be terrible. Great. Okay, let me tell y'all what it means about Ruby that I saw the two faces. Okay, so
What
if
a
you
mean.
okay, so it says if you spotted the two faces looking at each other first, it said that you prioritize relationships in life, but you may be going through a period of uncertainty at the moment. Ooh.
Ooh.
And then it says relationships are your big priority in life. You might be going through a time of uncertainty with someone special to you. Remember, the best you can do is discuss it together and not hold it all in your heart. Things will surely get better. Okay then.
Okay. All
Okay then.
right. Look at you.
Now, now on one side, and I'll be real with y'all, the area of uncertainty is not between me and Mr. Ruby. It's more about something we are currently pursuing. And it's not like uncertainty as far, it's just like, it's struggle, man. Sometimes it's struggle to try to get what you want and what, you're trying to attain. I mean,
Hmm.
come on. I sprained my back today from doing a nasal spray. Like that's, that's,
Wait a
that's the
minute.
struggle of my life, right? Yeah,
Hold up.
no.
How do you sprain your back with nasal spray? Can you please explain to us how does
Okay.
that happen?
Okay, listen, I sat on the edge of the bed, right? Because I brushed my teeth and then I coughed out some phlegm, okay, the green stuff, and I was like, oh
Mhm.
no. I know.
Ew.
And remember I had this sinus infection, right? And I was on the antibiotics and that seemed to have all gone away. But now that I've been off the antibiotics, I was like, I don't know if it's coming back or, So I saw it and I said, okay, I should probably go back to using the nasal spray. So I go sit on the edge of the bed. Okay, I tilted my head back a little bit because I'm sitting up and I didn't want it to just like run down. Okay, I
Mhm.
put one finger over one nostril, put the spray up the other nostril, pressed the spray, and I went, you breathe in hard to breathe it in, and that was it.
Mhm.
Yeah, spray
Oh
my
my
back.
God, you sprained your back. Wow, never heard of that.
Girl, it's amazing the things I can do to myself that normal people, it would never happen. Real talk.
Yeah, it's really not
Yeah.
funny, but it is amazing.
Right, right. So therefore, it's like that's why I'm saying, like, the period of uncertainty is more like I'm uncertain that with all the hard work and pursuing and want and desire and whatever, am I or are we going to be able to attain certain things, right? So you know what?
Mhm.
And relationships are my major priority in life. My relationships with other people, I care about that more than anything. I just have always been like that. Prioritize my relationship with Mr. Ruby. I prioritize my relationship with my mom and with other people. So that's kind of like, yeah, it seemed like it was down about me.
It was
Hopefully,
very accurate.
yeah,
Now,
yeah,
I'm gonna say this.
exactly. Mhm,
I am a happy-go-lucky person. I am happy. I smile all the time. People love me. But I'm not always feeling happy. Even though I might come
mhm,
across as happy, I'm
mhm,
not always feeling happy. So I gotta say that's kind of true, what they said
mhm,
about the apple, but
mhm.
not all the way true. Like you said, yours is all the way true. So yeah.
Right. Well, yeah, it's kind of the same thing, right? It's like, well, am I uncertain about the relationship with someone special? No. But is there uncertainty in my life? And does it have something to do with, yeah, well, so it's like, it's not an exact science, right? It's not an exact science like these picture things. People know about the ink blot test where, they show you an ink blot and say, what do you see? And you're like, oh, it's a butterfly, or maybe it's a lion, or whatever, right? It's like, it's not an exact
Mm,
science, but it kind of maybe might give you some insight. So that's why I thought it'd be cool to do these weekly.
yeah, definitely. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
I like
I
it
think
a
it's
lot.
fun.
Yeah,
Exactly.
so let's get into these 304s winning.
All
That was
right.
a big thing in the space. They spoke about it for a few weeks. It was this
Mm-hmm.
huge thing. So we're a little late doing it, but when we came across this, we had to just share it. Like, it's unbelievable.
Girl, how can we be late talking about something that no one ever stops talking about? That's all I'm
That's
saying.
true. That's
Um,
true. You got a point. They are
I'm just
always
saying because
winning.
for years to say 304s be winning. I hear about how winter's coming, winter is here, winter done
Mhm.
passed, and somehow everything that was supposed to happen didn't happen during winter. Now we in spring, or I don't know, spring, or I don't know, but I guess the next winter is coming. I don't know. But we talk about these things a lot, right? And what we hear a lot about is, hey, listen, women, modern women these days are living a life and pursuing something that in essence is hindering them in their not just immediate but especially future success, right?
Right.
um and so I happened to notice this story, came across the story, and I went, oh, really? Okay. So hey guys, there's a new thing in town, whereby people are becoming millionaires, OnlyFans
Hmm.
millionaires. Yes, we know that. But people are literally now are they're able to change like their family's worldview. They're able to pull themselves up from lower class, right? Maybe middle class, a long lineage of middle class or lower class or whatever, and put themselves firmly into the millionaire circle, put their families on a path whereby they're going to be upper class going forward. Um, and so just like this woman right here, okay, she all she wanted was to be famous, right? We talk about this all the time. Clout chasing chicks, they just want to be famous, they just want attention, right? And that's what she wanted. And she started herself on OnlyFans. And now
Mhm.
she is the first millionaire in her family ever, ever.
Right.
And she's 24 years old. She is from Texas. And what's important to note, y'all saw her back and her front in the thumbnail as well, is that she's not skinny.
At
She's not
all.
model
Right.
thin. She ain't skinny. She got back rolls. Okay, y'all.
She got a lot of cushion for the pushing.
Right. She does. She does. And that's the thing. So then, and here's the problem, right? So we hear about this all the time, though. Hey, listen, you want to be overweight and da 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 da. You can't get a man. You're not going to be able to get this. You're not going to be able to get that. You're not going to be able to get that attention and validation. But chicks like herself are proving that is absolutely not true. I, I'm just saying. What do you think about this so far, Melody?
I think that yeah, I think big girls are winning. A lot of men are into heavy set women. And look, she's the first millionaire in her family, so she's proof that men want to see big girls.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Unfortunately, I mean, I know GC is probably down if he's in the chat. I know he's probably like, "What are you talking about?" But come on,
Right.
GC. Look at this. They made her rich and famous.
Yep.
Okay?
That's the reality. That's the truth. The truth of the matter is that while some of y'all are being 100% honest down there, okay, some of y'all are saying that, you know what, you're not into these big chicks. You don't want to be up with these big chicks. You're not into 304s and whatever. You wouldn't do this. You wouldn't do that. The fact of the matter is, I'm going to show y'all this really quick, right? The fact of the matter is, look at this. This one came from a Christian household. I went from pastor's daughter to a millionaire OnlyFans model.
Hmm.
It's close to 150 pounds or euros. I can't remember what that symbol means. I think it's
I
pounds.
believe that's pounds, yeah.
150,000 pounds, 150,000 pounds a month. That it's not like, yes, we do know it is the top 1% who are earning over $10,000 a month. But here's the thing. A lot of people who are on OnlyFans sign up don't really work. What they're proving is that if you're willing to work, if you're willing to post content regularly, find
Mm-hmm.
yourself your niche, your brand, keep posting, engage with your audience, just like a YouTube channel, basically, right? Just like a YouTube channel. If you're willing to run your own OnlyFans, you can easily become a millionaire, probably more easily than pretty much any other job description. Like, I can't even think of another job description you could make as much money as quickly.
Well, yeah, well, you can of course do porn, just straight adult film. You can cut the OnlyFans out and just go work for Pornhub or something. You probably make more.
Mm-mm.
But I mean, I mean
That's
the sex industry period is a gold mine. You can make so much money. And that's why a lot of these women are selling their souls and just busting it open and spreading it wide because of the money. And a
well,
lot of these
yeah.
women, yeah, but a lot of these women don't need a man because they have plenty of men giving them money. There's plenty of men providing for them, so why should they want one?
Well, here's the thing, and it's a common thought. I think that, well, full blown, sex acts, for money would make you more money, but it's not true. Actually, people who did work in the adult film industry quit to do OnlyFans because they make far more money, far more quickly, with far less wear, tear, and damage on themselves. Um,
Right, because there's no
that
middleman, somebody said. Yeah, exactly. I
Right,
get what you're saying.
exactly. And also, honestly, let's be real. These days, um, people aren't buying DVDs of adult films because there's Pornhub and the millions of other free adult content sites out there. So it doesn't pay. It doesn't even pay like it used to at all, right? But then here's the thing: it's paying better than being a rapper. Now, which rapper is this, y'all? They call this clown Bad Baby now. Let me show you how.
Oh,
But
bad
this is the Cash
baby.
Me Outside girl. Cash Me Outside.
Yeah.
How about that?
She
Okay.
literally became famous off of disrespecting her mom, for those who don't know.
Yeah, she did. And now look at what they say. The title of this: Cash Me Outside Girl, Bad Baby, 18. This was a year ago, so she'll be 19, coming up on 19 this year. She's only
Mhm.
18 now. Says she has made so much money from OnlyFans, she could retire right now and will pay cash for $4 million Florida household. She's paying $4 million in cash. That's how much money she makes on OnlyFans.
Yes. Rich.
Filthy rich.
Listen it
Like,
open.
so even going from being a little viral brat to being a rapper and making music and being connected in all those right ways is not as lucrative as being a 304 on OnlyFans.
Well, I heard rappers don't make anything really. So, of
Well,
course
yeah,
she wasn't making any yeah, of
the,
course she wasn't making any money being a rapper. But
that
yeah,
that's true. Okay,
yeah,
that is fair. That is fair. Now, here's the thing. I did want to throw this out because, you know, a lot of times we hear about, the wall and these women, they don't realize that they've only got a few years. They only got a few years that they can do this, right? So basically, once you turn 27, 28, that's it. All of that free money you used to get is free money no more.
no more
Well,
free money.
here's the thing. Right here, we have a
Yes,
33-year-old mother, 33-year-old mother
mm-hmm.
who signed up. Yeah, Celine, we will read your super chat. It's up there for now. Once we get through this part, I promise you we go and read your super chat, girl. I can't wait to see what it says.
Right.
Um, but yeah, so now here's the thing. So she's 33 years old. Okay, COVID hit or Rona hit. Sorry. Um, and then what happened from there is, there was layoffs and, money was hard. It was a hard time. And so she decided to get into OnlyFans. And it became so lucrative that she stopped working. She lost her job during the lockdown. And then she decided to start an OnlyFans because, I mean, let's be real, America gave out like two or three drippings of help throughout the year. So if you have kids and whatever, you lost your job, you can't go out and work. What are you supposed to do? Well, she's 33 years old, beautiful woman.
Beautiful,
You know,
gorgeous. Past the wall, may I add
yeah,
to you guys
yeah,
here. She's
right,
over
way past the
25.
wall. Well,
Right. Still
from what
getting that
we
money.
exactly, she used to make $18,000 a year as a hairdresser. Okay. Um, and now she is on track. I guess we'll have to see if she hit it. It's I think a month from now we'll need to find out. She's on track to be a OnlyFans millionaire in 1 year. 1 year.
But at least she's hot. At least she's not a bigums like the last chick. At least she looks like she takes care of herself, eat right, exercise. Because that other one, I don't know how she became a millionaire. But
Right.
at least this one is physically fit.
And unfortunately, I can't go to the page that woman is on and show you her, free pictures because some of them still have nudity in them, and I would prefer if we don't get struck down. Um,
Right, not this time, Elise. Wait, but
right.
Confessions, what wall? Don't you guys say the wall is past 24? That wall.
Well, no, but see, it's not even past. Here's the thing. So while the actual wall was set at 35 initially, right? Then it started being adjusted for other things. So if you wanted to, for example, sell sex and beauty, right? Then the wall was like 27, 28. If you're looking for a marriage, and you're not trying to sell just sex and beauty, okay, well then maybe you could still be, early 30s. So this is why I'm saying, well, she got into this industry at 33. So 5 years after they say, well, she should have run out of money and run out of attention and run out of interest because, well, now she's just too big and just too old, right? She's too old now because she's got mummy tummy, right? Because she does. She's got the stretch marks. She got a little bit of that, mummy say that you get after having
Mhm.
children.
Yeah.
And you're in
Even
your
her
mid
boobies
30s
are
now.
hanging a little bit, even though they're a little big.
Right, right. And that is not affecting her income at all, at all. And here's the thing, when we're talking about big folk, let me tell y'all something. If you are big these days, it's extra beneficial to you. And let me explain why I say extra beneficial. Because you don't even have to, these days, you don't even have to actually get naked or do necessarily sexy things if you really big. Let me show y'all something because y'all have heard about Nikocado, avocado, I'm sure, but here's the thing. Let me show y'all that even men are getting into this industry and are winning if they are big.
They eating, they doing mukbangs. You can do
Hmm.
literally you can do anything on OnlyFans. There people can get their toe play with their feet, just show their feet. You can become a millionaire off of anything. But look how big this dude is, okay?
Right.
And he's still making money.
Oh, he's making money because he's that big. He has to eat 10,000 calories a day. Okay. To keep this ball gut. That's what he calls it, is his ball belly or his ball gut, right? And that is actually the appeal of this guy, right? His name is Brian, and that's his appeal. His appeal is the ball gut. So look, he's sitting up there. He's 500 pounds. He's got his ball gut. He eats off of it, right? He used to look like this. When he looked like this, he wasn't making this kind of money. Right? But then here you go. Now he's a fetish. Now he's a fetish. And this is the thing. We don't want to admit it. But the fact of the matter is, guys, that society is now very attracted to fat. It's very attracted to people who gorge themselves, men and women,
Mhm.
sadly. And
It's
honestly, let's be
attracted to
real.
confidence. These people are so confident that people are like, wow, look how confident they are. I love it. You like it, I love it. I've actually heard people say that. You like it, I
Mm,
love it. I'm like, what?
true. Another thing I think it is it's jealousy. So people will watch mukbangers because they're
Hmm.
starving themselves and they won't allow themselves to get that big. So they
Good
want to
point.
watch giant people eat. And actually, interestingly enough, they've done research on it. And for some people, watching someone else eat is just as satisfying as having eaten themselves. So
Yeah.
you know but ultimately, I mean, it's still, even if you're not, you know actually having sexual intercourse or something on OnlyFans, it can still be, obviously the internet is still forever, and it could still be humiliating and so on and so forth, and whether they're men or women, because guys are, kind of, let's, shall we say, gay for pay, while they're doing the OnlyFans stuff and whatever. um, but here's the thing, even though they might have a little bit of difficulty, not everyone's open minded. They have no problem, neither the men or the women in any of these stories have had any problem with finding a significant other or with
They're making
keeping their
money.
relationship going if they were already in one.
Exactly. Or making money. These people, man, these people are living good. Men and women.
I'm just
They just
saying.
might have really bad health, but they still living good. But
Hmm.
real quick, let me just address Golden Goddess. She says, my little one is still up. Are y'all ready? Yeah, I mean, we're ready if you're ready to come up. We're
Yep.
definitely ready. Are you saying that you need more time? Because if you need more time, then we can give you more time if that's what you need. And then
Hmm.
also, I would like to read this super chat finally
Yes.
from Celine. It's 4.99. Thank you very much. We
Thank
appreciate
you,
it. She
girl.
says the I'm thinking she means porn. The
Yeah, I think
porn,
so.
right? This porn star Riley Reid got married. Here I am, single, childless, little sexual experience, and no ring on my finger. Aw, I'm sure you'll get somebody. You will find the one day. You're still
Yeah.
young. Aren't you like 18? I think Celine is very young.
Selena is really young. I don't think she's 18. I think she's in her early 20s. But that's the thing. I do agree that at the end of the day, it is harder. And I've been saying this in this space, and the men are like, "This is not true. You just did it." No, it is. It is absolutely harder to be chaste, and virtuous, and to not put the goodies on sale, and to not sleep around. When I say harder, I mean harder to get a man, harder to get a man to wants to commit to you, harder to get a man to lock it down. Like, it is actually harder. What men are doing is they're finding the ones that they're really sexually attracted to and whatever, and that's gonna be like, oh, look how hot the girl is on my arm, and that they're finding that girl, right, locking it down, and
Hmm.
then wanting her to change and um become virtuous now, right? Even though the whole you can't turn a hoe into a housewife. But the point is that that's what they want. They want, in essence, for her to tone it down once he gets her. But he still wants to get her first. He's not looking for the one who's walking around, looking like she covers everything up. Maybe she's a little mousy, maybe she's a little religious. He's not really looking for that for the most part until you get to older ages and older stages of life, right? Where, you've learned those hard lessons. They come and, they've bitten these guys, in the butt so many times. They're like, okay, I'm looking for quality over looks and all that. So, I mean, we really got to look at that. Now, I'm so happy that we have Golden Goddess up here because at the
Hi,
end of the day,
Gigi.
right?
Hi,
We
beautiful lady.
Hey, girl, what's up? This is another
I feel bad because I
selection.
told Melody, I was like, "Oh, can we do it later?" Because my little one, and then I feel bad because I made her stay up and she has to get up early, and he's still up anyways. Damn it, man!
Girl, hey, you tried. We're happy you made it. We pushed everything later,
Thank
so don't worry. It's
you.
not like we've been stretching it out forever. It's all right, girl.
We're happy to
I
have
didn't
you.
realize that
Thanks
you
for
guys were
coming.
waiting for us. You're welcome. Thank you for having us on. Multis should be coming up in a second as well.
Are you there, Gigi?
Can you guys
Oh, I
hear
see
me?
this multi-person. Hi. I can hear you. I can hear you.
You
Melody?
can
Oh, okay.
you can hear Gigi and I can't?
Yes, I can hear her.
You can hear
Oh,
me?
yeah, yeah.
Oh boy.
Here
Melody's
we
been
go.
having technological issues. Let's see if we can hear Multi.
Hi,
Multi?
Hi,
ladies.
Multi.
Hi.
Hi, Multi.
Hey,
I can't hear her.
you can't hear her either, Melody. Try going out and coming back in because I can hear them and they can hear us. So
Okay, let me leave. I'll
You
be
want
right back,
you want me
guys.
to get out too, or just? Oh, okay.
no, no, no. You can stay. You're good. Melody's just been having some technical difficulties. Um, but I'm very happy you ladies are here because y'all are a whole nother segment of the population that there's this argument about who's really winning, and that's what we want to talk about. So I want to bring up the OnlyFans girls and whatnot because it's like they're saying that those girls are not really winning, but evidence seems to say otherwise. So now, I'm so glad we get into this discussion about the light skin, biracial, with that black, and I love the fact that we get into this
Can
discussion
you guys
now.
hear me?
We can hear. Okay, I can hear
Yeah,
you.
Mm-hmm.
I can
I'm
hear
gonna
you.
I
go.
can hear you.
I'm gonna get on
We
my
can hear
other
you.
phone. I'll be back, guys. I'm sorry about
Okay.
this.
Okay.
Oh no.
Okay.
Well, I
All right.
initially heard Melly say, "Oh, talking about the biracial struggle," and I was like,
Yeah. Um, I think that's the thing. I mean, on one side, right, it depends on who you ask when we're talking to biracial people. Like, so let's start right here and just ask, like, um, you know, oh wait, what happened to Golden Goddess? What happened to
Oh,
everybody?
I think she dropped down on accident.
Hold on, let's add it back to the stream. There we go. You there, Golden
"Okay,
Goddess? Yeah. Okay.
yeah,
Um, so let's ask the first question because I think it was the very first question that we both wanted to know, which is So, okay, are both of you guys biracial or
Yes.
Yeah.
multiracial? Yes.
We're both
Okay.
biracial.
Okay. So now, I guess the question is, do you consider yourselves black, or what do you consider yourselves? When people ask you, "What are you?" What do you?
Mm.
What's your answer?
Biracial.
Yeah, biracial.
Biracial. Yeah, I think that's
Hmm.
interesting. The reason why I think it's interesting is because now I don't know what either of y'all look like, but my sister and all of my cousins on one side of my family are all biracial. And they all identify as biracial, but they also phenotypically don't like look black. Like no one would identify them as black in a crowd. Um,
Mm.
Phenotypically, do you ladies think that like if you didn't tell people, they would assume you were black?
No.
No, they would assume that we're ambiguous. They would
Yeah.
assume we're what? They would assume we're what? Biracial,
They usually
Latina.
don't. Yeah, they usually mistake us for like I get Latina all the time. I've gotten Asian.
Yeah.
I've gotten
Uh,
Native American. So just several different things. They just never know. So they're like, okay, what are you? And then I've gotten mixed. They're like, you're mixed, but I don't know what kind of mix you are.
Mm.
I
Well,
typically
mm,
get biracial, Puerto Rican, Dominican.
Mm.
oh, okay,
Dominican
okay.
too. Ow. Let me stop. So I missed the first question. Did you ask what they're mixed with?
No, so let's
Oh,
ask
okay.
that.
All right. I'm sorry.
We're both black and white.
Oh, you're black and white. So which
Hmm.
parent is black and which is white? I know that's a silly question, but yeah.
No, it's not. It's a normal question.
Okay.
We both have black dads and white mothers.
Hmm.
So do you identify more with the white side because of your mom, or is it like a even thing?
It's an
For
even
me, it's
thing.
even. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay.
When you grow up with both sides, it usually is even, which I think is really important for biracial people as far as identity goes. I've noticed that usually if it's a biracial that leans towards one side, it's because usually they've only grown up with that one side, which you can't blame them for because they've only
Mm-hmm.
grown up within that one culture.
Yeah, I
Right.
Yeah.
think that's interesting. I have a friend, my friend's daughter, phenotypically looks blacker than I am, right? My
Hmm.
friend is white, and her father, my friend's daughter's father, is black, and he's really been a very absent father. Um, but despite that, my friend's daughter identifies as black. She sees herself as black because the world sees her as black. No one asks her which one of her parents is white or, what is she mixed with or anything. People don't ask her questions like that. They just assume when she's walking with her mom, like people have assumed that her mom kidnapped her
I'm
kind of
sorry.
thing.
I'll be
Or
right back. I'll be right back, y'all.
Hmm.
right? So I think that
Yeah.
that is part of the issue is that, she was never othered. She was never, no one else ever othered her. If anything, they othered the mom. Like, why are you here, white girl? I'd be walking with
Yeah.
her and her daughter, and people would assume I'm the mother because I'm the black one. So I think
Hmm.
maybe that might have something to do with it as well as like, well, how does the world see you and how does the world treat you as well? Like, um, do you think that that has any bearing like when you go to places where they do just see you as, oh yeah, you must be black? Does that have any bearing on how you feel?
Oh wait, no, I've never been mistaken for fully black. But I think that because
Okay.
I have a brother who is biracial, but he looks monoracial. He looks black, and but there's still things about him like his hair texture, his facial features that would indicate that he's mixed race. Also, like his attitude and as far as maybe some of his beliefs, because we did grow up within both cultures evenly, like
Mm-hmm.
how we're supposed to, and we were taught to embrace both. So he may look like a black man, but there are telltale signs that he's a mixed race. If you ask him, he'll tell you, I'm mixed race.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so it really just depends on how you're raised. I feel like if you are raised to be proud to be biracial, that is what you'll be. And it won't matter if the world sees you as black. Like you'll be able, and especially if you're around other biracial people, you will realize that biracial is a very diverse look. You can come out looking fully black. You can come out a biracial that's white passing. You can come out looking ambiguous. Um,
Mhm.
so it's just it's just you never know how it's gonna go, but that doesn't change the fact that that person's biracial and
Yeah.
probably has a different perspective and all that stuff. I think that that is more important than phenotype. Like I've said this a lot
Yeah.
because we have these type of questions even on our channel, and I tell them I'm like, look, DNA trumps phenotype every time. Your culture
Mhm.
trumps phenotype. There, because dark skin and even Afro features are not inherently only on black people.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Dark skin
Can
does
I
not
ask you
belong to
guys,
black people.
what are you guys mixed with? Because you guys both look mixed.
Hmm.
Well, I don't consider myself mixed really, only because my mom is a black Dominican and my dad is a black African American. So
Hmm.
it's like I can't
Do you
say I'm
consider
mixed
yourself
really.
multicultural then? Because then you would be still multicultural, and
Well,
that's a
yeah.
huge part of the mixed race experience.
Well, yeah, of course, because it's two different
I mean,
cultures.
Yeah.
realistically, you're at least from what I see of how you look, people aren't looking at you thinking that you're a full black woman, right?
Honestly,
No.
I didn't even know. I thought you were Hispanic.
I thought
Even
she
you
was mixed
sound
immediately.
Hispanic.
Both of them.
Well,
Hmm.
Well, yeah, I think Ruby is mixed with white.
But see,
Okay.
I'm not. Like my see that's the problem. I'm still 78% black.
hmm
But which
Hmm.
when we're looking at anyone who's a descendant of slavery, that's approximately about the admixture you see. It's about 80% African and then 20% admixture.
hmm
The
Hmm.
problem is, right, is that for me, I'm an immigrant, right, from an immigrant population, and all four of my grandparents were born and raised in Jamaica, and both of my parents were born and raised in Jamaica. Well, not raised; they were very young when they came here. But the point is that for me, I didn't understand what race meant to this continent. I didn't understand it. So because Jamaican and black were the same thing in all of our childlike minds. So it's like, oh, what's your great grandmother? She's black. Well, why is she black? Is she from Jamaica? And everyone had this. She has the Jamaican accent, the Jamaican culture, Jamaican cooking, the Jamaican
hmm
everything, right? And so I didn't understand that there was like this what race really meant until I was like a teenager, because I was just Jamaican, and that's all I identified with. That's all I knew because that's the only culture that I had, on all sides of my family. I actually just came out very, very light skinned. My mom is very dark skinned. She was darker even when I was young. Like she was very, very dark. She actually got a little lighter, even though she's still dark skinned now. And then my dad was brown skin to dark skin. And then I came out damn near white, to the point where my mom tried to give me back to the doctors when I came out, right? And they went to go hand me to her, and she said, "No, no, 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 no. That baby's white. My baby's black." That's what she said to the doctors, and they're like, "No, this is the one that just came out of you, ma'am.
hmm
Sorry." So it's like she was not expecting someone as light as I am. So and all my life I've gotten, which one of your parents is white? Yeah, right. Both of your parents are black. Both of your parents can't be black. Yeah, right. I've had people from different cultures walk up to me and start speaking a different language, especially when I had weave, right? Indian people especially would come up to me and start speaking in whatever dialect, and I'm like, I don't know. And they're like, "Oh, your parents didn't teach you?" I'm like, "No, they're Jamaican," and they would
Well,
look
you look
confused.
ambiguous. People can't tell what you are.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what's interesting about that is, so in this we said, well, phenotype. The problem
hmm
is my phenotype, like my face looks exactly like my mother's. No one confuses her for being ambiguous because she's dark skinned. And the features actually come from the native side in Jamaica. Like we have a lot of native black in our family, and that's where my nose and my long face and whatever come from. It doesn't come from actually the white side, right? So my
hmm
20% white comes from Germans, who have relatively wide noses, if anything, right? So the things that people look at my features and say, that's a white feature. right? Or it must come from a white side of you, actually doesn't
Hmm.
come from, the white side. It actually comes from, the my mom's side, which
Right.
has zero
Mm.
white, just so we're clear.
Right. I mean, you guys, have you ever seen Vanessa Williams? Both of her parents are black, and she literally has blue eyes. So the thing is, it's
Yeah.
just not common on black people. Like, for
Hmm.
instance, that's why I can look at a dark skinned mixed race person, and I can usually tell that they're mixed race because
Yeah.
of
Right.
their features. Because,
Hmm.
and even some of their hair, like, for instance, like mixed race hair and like 4C hair, those are two different hair textures. But sometimes you'll see like fully black girls, and they'll have like that 3B
Yes.
3A
Yeah.
hair type,
Or
but
you
it's
see
not
mixed.
common. Yeah, it's
Right.
not
Or
Hmm.
you
usually
see mixed
common,
with
so it
4C
makes
as
them look
well.
mixed. Yeah, you'll see
Yeah.
mixed race people with 4C hair. It's just not common, but it doesn't mean it's not. It doesn't mean it's impossible. And I think that really confuses people.
And I think your
Yeah.
picture is kind of hard because it's a little bit away in the distance, so I can't really exactly see how your nose looks. But just like you said, on average, African Americans have white admixtures anyway. So it's like, do you really know if the nose came from the black side or the white side because it's mixed anyways, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, but let me ask you this. Do you get offended when people try to group you in with the black with like the black race?
Only when they're using it
No,
as an insult. When they try to
no,
insult you with it, which is so ridiculous when people try to
it's
use
so
blackness as an
stupid.
insult. But
I
you're
don't
black
like.
though. Oh,
I don't like
or
it.
yeah, I don't
I
like
don't
that.
like it because number one, I feel like it erases our identity. Number one, we're mixed race. It is what it is. We have two parents that are different races. There's nothing wrong with that. And I hate it when they take offense that I want to claim mixed race because they think that
Yeah.
it's me hiding from my blackness. But what they don't understand is claiming mixed race is being proud of your blackness, because when they ask you what you are, you say, "Oh, I'm mixed race," and they're going to ask you, "Well, what are you mixed with?" I tell them I'm mixed with black. And if I
Right.
wanted to hide from my blackness, I very well could, because I look ambiguous. I could totally be like, "Yes, I am Mexican," and
Hmm.
Yeah.
nobody would bat an eyelash. So that's
Yeah.
very much
True.
possible.
Listen,
That's
I
the
had
only
one of
issue is that
Oh no.
sometimes she'll come back up. Sometimes damn, I lost my train of thought when she falls.
Aw, it'll come back to you. But let me tell you this. This what happened. Real quick, I'm gonna tell you. One of my Dominican cousins, and she's like a white skinned Dominican. She told me,
Mhm.
"Oh, if I were you, I wouldn't tell anybody that my dad was black. I would just say I'm 100% Dominican." I'm like, why?
Girl,
Oh
I got that
wow.
before.
I was like, why would I do that? And she's like, "Oh,
Mm-hmm.
men don't really like black women like that." And she was saying a bunch of stuff, and it was really
Mm.
offensive to me. But I
Mm.
understand what you mean when you say people are very offensive, because they are. They say the worst
Mhm.
Yeah.
things. You're like, what? Like, why are
Like
you
when I
saying
first came
that?
on YouTube, they're like, I had people try to tell me like, you look black to me or whatever, and I'm just like, this is YouTube bullshit. Like I've never walked around in real life, and anybody has ever assumed that I was just a fully black person. Like it's just, you're trying to use it as an insult, which is self-hating.
It's also like brainwashing tactics, in my opinion, because like even in my experience in real life, they'll try to like even the black people in my family, they even when I was younger, they think that they're, and it comes from a loving place sometimes, because they think that they're being accepting by saying, "Girl, you black, like you don't have to tell me that." Like I know, like I literally know, but like you
Mhm.
can't blackwash me, just like it would be wrong if my mom was like, "Girl, you white." Like the white, I've noticed the white side of my family, they don't do that. So it's like black people don't have to do that. They're mixed
Right.
race. It's okay.
Right.
Yeah,
They love to one drop rule people, and I can't stand that. Like
yeah.
people be like, "Oh, she's black." No, obviously she's not black. She don't even have to tell me that she's not black. I can look at her and see.
Hmm.
You
And it
know?
honestly destroys their own image, because when you start telling the world that we're black, then people are going to start, like, other races of people will start seeing us as black. And then when they say, "Okay, what do you prefer?" And they're like, "Oh, I want the light skinned black." Because I've literally heard other races of people be like, "No, I like light skinned black girls," or "I like those mixed race looking black girls." Like I've literally heard that. And I'm like, you guys are doing it to yourself when you're trying to one drop rule these people that do not look like you. It's okay that we don't look alike, and there's a reason for it because we're mixed race.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Very.
Facts.
I
Oh
think
yeah, I
too,
see your
though.
nose, Ruby. I see it
You,
now.
you see my
You look. You know what you
large
look like?
Yeah.
nose?
You
That's
look like
me.
Somali.
Yeah,
Hmm.
she
Yeah, doesn't
does.
she look like?
I have a
Yeah, she's
friend that
Somali.
looks similar like that, like you. Yeah,
One
and
of those
she's
models.
Somalia.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Really? Oh,
You
thank
you're
you. All the
beautiful.
Somalian girls
Yeah,
I know
you
are
are.
so gorgeous. Thank you.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
she
Um,
has that nose.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
the nose, and that's where it comes from. Like, I can't remember which tribe it is. I don't want to say Arawak Indian. It's the only one I can remember, but I'm pretty sure that's not what it is. But it's from them, and we still actually there's still a segment of Jamaica that is all Aborigine. And
Hmm.
my mom's father is an Aborigine, right? But the Aborigines in Jamaica are black. So, even like that concept of black, like it means something different here than it would mean in Jamaica, or like white or Chinese or whatever, because in Jamaica they'll use these types of identifiers to identify what your phenotype looks like. But you're either from yard or you're from foreign. And if you're foreign, you're foreign. It doesn't matter what your skin tone is or whatever. You're a
Hmm.
foreigner. And if you're from
Yeah.
yard, then you're from yard. It doesn't matter if you're Chinese descent or this descent or that. They don't care. They care, do you share our culture? Do you share our struggle? Do you share our identity? Which is not
Mm-hmm.
based on, a skin tone necessarily,
Like
right?
Latinos. Like
Hmm.
Latinos.
Yes,
Yeah.
Latinx are like that as
Yeah,
well,
they're
right?
like,
And
do you speak Spanish or not?
mhm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. And
Mm-hmm.
that's why some of us, and I'm going to be real, like when I was growing up, I found it absolutely crazy to look at clearly black people. Like, you are dark skinned with 4C hair, you have every phenotypic trait in the book, you are clearly like 90% African descent. But then they would say they're not black because they're Latin. And I didn't like, I'm like 37, right? Someone asked earlier, so there you go. I'm
It, it,
37,
it cut
and
out. You
so
said they said they're not black because what? I'm sorry.
they said they're not black because they were Latino. There's some form of
I
Oh,
the
okay.
can't
Latin
stand that.
experience, so they don't
Yeah.
Um,
identify as black because they're Latino. And I'm like, there's culture and there's language, but there's like race as well, and
Right.
it's like,
mhm.
I think that's where we start getting into the complexities of identity, right? Because I hear y'all ladies entirely. It's like, well, you can't just one drop rule everybody, and you can't just other people or make people included when they're not or whatever. But then some people will use those exact same things to like remove themselves from a category they kind of belong in. If we're looking at it,
Oh yeah, we've seen that.
Yeah.
so
We've seen that in the Golden Sphere. And they come to us with questions all the time. They're like, what qualifies me as mixed race? And I just tell them, I'm like, are both of your parents the same race? And
mhm.
they're like, yeah. And I'm like, okay, then no. I don't know. And they're like, how much
It's really
percentage
that
do I need to
simple.
be? And it's really that simple. Or maybe even if you had like a grandparent, then maybe you're like multi generationally mixed because it's a little bit closer in the bloodline. But
Mm-hmm.
even then, I would still be like, you still black. I mean, but you got a little bit more admixture there. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? So it also really matters if you grew up with those people because culture does matter, and that's a huge
Exactly.
part of the experience.
And
Hmm.
it really is vary from like it really does vary from like person to person because it's like you can say that too where it's like yeah okay
Hmm.
you're black but then it's just like it's weird because like when I met my husband's parents and he has a biracial dad and he has a black mom. I just looked at him as black, like light skinned black,
Hmm.
but then when I saw his dad, I'm just like, damn, like his dad looked like freaking El DeBarge or something. And I'm just like, it's just, it's all perception as well, if that makes any
Yeah,
sense. Because when I saw his
yeah.
dad, I was like, damn, you're legit mixed, I don't know.
Oh no, I see that. Yeah, I see
Mm.
that.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
everybody has their ways to look at things differently. There is no like set standard.
Well,
We've learned that in
when
the
the
Golden
mix is
Sphere.
that close in the bloodline, like for instance, Rihanna, her dad is mixed race and then her mom is black. Rihanna clearly looks mixed race. She does not look like a fully black woman to
No,
me.
she does not. Not with those
Hmm.
eyes. She got those
You
Yeah.
brown
know, so
eyes.
I think that when the parent is mixed race, and then they're obviously that's gonna go off to their offspring. You know, so when it's that close in the
Mhm.
bloodline, I'd be like, yeah, you're MGM, like you're mixed race. I say biracial for me because it's more close in the bloodline, like the parents. But then after that, then I'd be like, oh, mixed race and so on and so forth. But I
The
mean, it's really not
identity
a hard
topic is
science.
so tricky with people and
Yeah.
so triggering. Even just
I
us saying
know
that we're biracial has like thousands of people in a tizzy, like
they
it's
hate it.
weird.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know why? For me, I'll tell you what my issue is, and I'm not saying I take issue with either of you ladies because I honestly don't
Hmm.
know like your rhetoric and what you talk about or whatever, right? But because I have, I have mixed race people in my family, and also I know people who have biracial children, and I see kind of the effects sometimes because I have seen it the opposite way where you have a little girl who's half black from her father, half white Italian, and very, 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 very fair skinned, and the Italian mother's family is very racist and
Hmm.
had her cut off all contact from the father a long time ago, and then raised her as a little white Italian girl. And so, she's living in this society of all white people who are looking at
Hmm.
her, and every black joke, every black insult, every black categorization is being shot right at her because when they look at her, she's dark as hell, she's black as hell to them, right? Because they're 100% Italian and Irish and whatever, right? And she's adamantly clinging to her Italian culture and identity. But like, it doesn't matter how much she wants to cling to that. They're looking at that one drop and they have categorized her as black. And that
Hmm.
mismatch, I think, really did do a lot of damage to her. And so,
Right.
from the opposite side, I can kind of see, um, you know, like us doing it as well, like black people doing it to biracial people, whereby we're mad when biracial people don't want to, identify as black, but then when they're identifying as black, we do everything in our power to other them and tell them they don't get to be black. Because I've been told I don't get to be black and I am black, right? So it's just
Right.
like,
Right.
Yeah.
because of my skin tone, because of my phenotypic traits, I don't get to. So it doesn't matter that, oh, she's a little darker. That girl over there, she's darker than me and she's got a wider nose than me. She's got thicker lips than me. She's got a bigger booty than me, but she has type 3A hair. And I have type 4C hair. But because I'm light skinned with a narrower nose, I don't get to be black today. And that happens, right? And so
Hmm.
I think there is an issue about categorization and identity, and on one side, it's like we feel like we're being rejected if you don't want to own our side of things. And at the other side, we want to reject because we feel like you come in and you mess up the game, right? It's like
That's
you
what the
said,
problem is. They
yeah,
want to talk about
Right.
tragic mulattoes and all this other bull crap, but they don't want to talk about where do these problems stem from. They came from monoracial people, not just black people, white people as
Yeah,
well.
white people too. I think
Exactly.
the we get it from
mm-hmm,
both sides so hard is because, especially as a white and black biracial specifically, is the history between white and black people is terrible. And, we get the ricochet of that. And, there's a lot of conversations being had about biracial specifically with white mothers and, how we're
Yeah.
evil and our mothers raise us to believe that we're better than little black girls and black women. And, all these myths about white people that they don't know because they've never lived with them. But if you
mm-hmm,
live with non-racist white people, race is usually never brought up because it's not a thing for them. They're white.
Yeah.
They
They don't
don't
have to
bring
worry
up
about it. They
race.
don't talk about it. They
Yeah,
don't
my
obsess over it.
my
Yeah.
mom never talked about black women or the
Mine
way that
neither.
they look. Yeah, and she just it's
So
not a thing. Like they don't care.
let me ask you ladies a question. So I know your mom never talk about black women, but did anybody in your white family talk about black people?
No,
Anybody
because they
racist?
didn't. No, because they didn't care about black women like that. Like it was never a topic. If they wouldn't talk about their own race, which is white, um, or whatever, Irish, whatever culture, if they wouldn't talk about their own race, they're not going to talk about black people. Like
Right.
it was
I've never
never a
seen that
topic.
in my family. I have heard white people that were like connected to my family or around and you know, in that type of way talk about it.
Mm,
And that's why a lot of people also on YouTube like to say like white people only see you as this. That's not true either.
that's not
Because let me
true.
tell you something. White people feel very comfortable to say things in front of biracial people they would never say in front of black people. Okay?
Exactly.
Mm.
And
You
they've
So
know.
said,
what do you
what
mean
is it?
by
We had
that?
I am Jane on your panel, and she literally said it straight up. She was like, I feel more. And she had her husband with her. She said, we feel more comfortable with biracial people
Yeah,
because
she said
we
that
feel like they don't have this resentment towards us. And that may be
which
Mm.
we
true in a
usually
lot of
don't because
cases.
we have white family members.
Yeah, we have a
Right.
whole white family, and that's another
Yeah.
thing. That's a false rumor that's spread around about biracials. Is they think that if you have the white mother, that she's gonna like be evil and like just basically raise you to be like a Karen or something like that. And they make it see and they uplift the white father. Like if it's black mother, white father, oh yeah, he'll be better for you. But like they're pretending like even if you have a white father and a black mother, they're still gonna have a whole white family. That means white females as well. If you hate the
Mm-hmm.
women of that race, you probably shouldn't date the men. Just like, black women were complaining about white women that hate black women, but they love black men, which that is a real thing. But it's also real in the vice versa. Black people
Yeah.
and white people are not different from each other. They're actually very similar. They're
They
both
hate to
human
hear
beings. They
that.
behave
They
the
hate to hear
same.
that, but they are. Yeah.
They
So let me
literally
ask you
behave
guys
the same.
this. Do you guys hear anyone in your black family talk about your white family?
Yeah.
No,
Oh yeah. It's
not
more
me.
accepted. Well, I think
Mm-hmm.
that it's more accepted to talk about white people, but I've never actually gotten offended by it. It only just makes me uncomfortable. But it's
Hmm.
not like, oh, up in arms.
See,
Because
now I think
because it's
that's
normal.
interesting. See,
White
I think
people
it's
clearly
everything
see
y'all are
the
saying is
distinction
interesting
unless
because
you
white
look
sorry,
Mm.
my
black
white side of my
passing.
family did not treat me equally. That is to
Oh.
say, like I watched myself get treated differently than all of my biracial cousins, all my cousins who are damn near white passing, because literally
Mm.
all of them are except for me. Um,
Hmm.
and then so on that side of my family, I'm like, when you put me in a picture with them, I look dark skinned. That's like how white looking they all are. My sister's literally white as snow. And then,
Yeah.
they treated me almost like I was in like I don't want to say infectious, but it's like they would give these big hugs to all of the other kids. And then me, it was like the straight arm, no bodies touching, barely a pat on the back. I was the one who was
Right.
forgotten for getting gifts. I was the one who,
Oh
you didn't really want
wow.
to invite to things. And yeah, and it was really hard for me. Like on the other side of my family, whereas in sitting next to my whole family on the other side, I look damn near
Mm.
white because they're also dark skinned. And that
Hmm.
became a problem. I noticed there was some jealousy and envy. But when I was a
Mm.
kid, as far as loving me and accepting me and playing with me and treating me like, I'm just a beloved niece, nephew, whatever it is, like I got that from the black side of my family, from the white side of my family, and even from the black ones on that side of my family. I always felt this kind of like I was inferior because I was blacker.
Mm.
Even with my aunts and uncles and stuff, I could feel this difference. They would make some, remarks and I would notice it over time, right? Like, oh, you look so pretty when your hair was straighter. Right? Oh, your hair looks like snakes, like that. Oh, you look like a
Oh,
ragamuffin. You look like, just like having my hair like in braids, or something,
oh
right?
wow.
Like extensions. So, over time, you start realizing it's because I'm black, because the
Mm.
whiter they are, the nicer you are to them.
Mm.
That's really
So
what
I
it
think
was.
that
So,
it's also you're like hypersensitive, like people like just when you look different from everybody around you. Because like in my family,
Yeah.
I actually looking back as an adult, I was actually favored. I mean, literally when I was born, my grandmother like wrote a poem and she gave it to me later in life, and it was just like, oh, your brown eyes and your beautiful skin, and like I was like my mom's
Yeah.
favorite, and it was all of that. But then like, but I still felt like little because like my brothers and my on my mom's side, they were blonde hair, blue eyed, like, and my mom's blonde hair, blue eyed. I felt like I was an outcast. I felt like I was, but
mm.
like literally, I was the favorite. But if you don't look
Yeah.
like everybody around you, you're gonna feel some type of way, you know?
Yeah. Definitely.
That is true. I mean, in my case, that's not what it was. It's like it's a
Yeah.
literal thing. Like even my parents can look at it and see. I didn't remember. I didn't really understand the race thing because I went to school with like
Hmm.
all white kids. I had black people in my
Mhm.
family, but I went to school with all white kids. I didn't really understand race the way because I was also born and raised in Canada. So race is I'll say less of an issue than it is in America in some ways. So
Okay.
you can kind of be shielded
Have
to an
you
extent. So I didn't
have you
understand it.
ever heard of the term safe brown? Because my brother's the same complexion as you. Have you ever heard of the term safe brown?
No.
No? Okay, so we got light skin, we got dark skin, and then they call brown skins like a safe brown. So that means like, oh,
Mhm.
nobody fools with you guys, which they totally do, but that's the promotion that they give it. They're like, oh, no, nobody messes with you. You guys are a safe brown. And my brother's your skin tone complexion, and I totally get what you're saying when you're like, when I was on my black side, I just got, a bunch of love, which is great. And I really wish that you would have had that for, both sides.
Mm,
But I think that being a safe brown, basically, like if you look, because they in the black community, skin tone does mean a lot. It's literally
Mm-hmm.
ingrained in the culture at this point. And so the browner that you are, the more accepted you are. When you're mixed race, you look ambiguous and you're in both communities. It's not even so much that we'll be accepted more in the white community. It's just either you are or you're not. But in the black community, it's almost guaranteed that you're just going to stand out like a sore thumb. You're going to stick out
mhm,
like a sore thumb. The majority of the community is brown to darker skin. And then yeah, we
mhm,
got light skinned folks, but they're not at a there's not as many as there is brown to dark skinned people because that is the look of black, which is great,
mhm,
Mhm.
which also should be promoted. So another thing is, I think that's also why you probably got a lot of love and all of that stuff, and also they probably obviously really loved you. But I'm saying that this whole safe brown term is your skin tone really can determine protection in the black community.
Mhm.
I didn't
Unfortunately.
have. I'm not actually brown skinned. I know this one picture of me actually looks dark, and I absolutely love it because I wanted to be dark
It's so
skinned my whole life
pretty.
because my mom is. Thank you. But in reality, I'm actually very, very light skinned, and I'm darker
Uh,
even now. Even though I'm still very light skinned now, I was even lighter when I was younger. So I was very light skinned, and so in a way, it made me feel like I was hated by all I wanted to do is go to school with black kids. I could not wait until high school when I finally got to go to a high school that had black kids in it. And then almost immediately, 90% of the black women hated me on site. I
Yeah.
wasn't black enough. I mean, they went one time, they went to teachers and complained, and oh, she thinks she's too good. She thinks she's better than everyone. And I hadn't said anything bad to anybody. Like
Yeah.
it was just my existence. I was a hoe
right.
because people were nice
Yeah.
to me. I
Oh yeah.
was I was
Mhm.
stush. I was this. I was that. It's just my existence for being light skinned. And
Yes.
like my best friend who was dark skinned, got the 411 all the time. So she came and told me that's what it was. They are jealous of you because you're pretty and you're light skinned. That was
Mhm.
all she had to say about it. Nope, you
And
never did
that's
anything wrong to them. That was just what it was. So I didn't really get that from the women, which I was desperate for. I was so desperate for black women to have like a circle of black women friends. That's all I really wanted, and they wanted no part of me. Like that.
so
Yeah.
your story sounds
Yeah.
very similar to mine. I had no black friends. I had a dark skinned black woman put nair in my hair. My hair
Oh my
literally
God.
came out.
Mm.
Yeah, I have
Oh
naturally
my
curly
God.
hair. Yeah, I have naturally curly hair. So they always used to say, "Oh, let me straighten your hair." So the chick was like, "Oh, come to my house. I'm gonna give you a relaxer." I'm like, "What's that?" They're like, "Oh, it's gonna make your hair straight." So I'm
Oh.
like,
Oh my
okay,
God.
cool. So I go to she lived in a projects. Okay, that was the first mistake. So I went to the projects and she put the nair in my
That was my
hair. And
first
let me
mistake.
tell you, I was heated. So if you have like three, 3A, 3B, 3C hair, or if you're lighter skin, they do hate you.
Mhm.
And that's a
Mhm.
fact.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, have any of
Like
you
And
guys
that's
that's
the
why
ever
the
majority.
golden
experienced
sphere
this
gets so much
before?
pushback out here
We
in these
do.
streets because like mixed and light skinned people are telling their experiences. They're coming to the table with their experience in the colorism
Mhm.
conversation. And a lot of people are upset about that. You know what I mean? But
because
it is what it
it's a
is.
bunch
Like,
of
we're not
like I
sitting on
guess
the
secrets
sidelines no more. We're not letting
being
you guys
exposed.
drag us and talk shit about us. It's no longer socially acceptable to shit on mixed and light skinned people.
Speaking of hair
I
and
like that.
3B, 3A, 3C hair, I totally can relate to what you're talking about, especially with like black people and black women just kind of seeming infatuated with it. I worked at a hair salon, so I sold hair products and all this stuff. So my hair was like a really big deal, especially working there. Like it had to be right because that would actually help me sell products. You know, nobody's gonna buy hair products from you if your hair is messed up. And
Mhm.
all the black women would come in. They're like, I want your hair. How do I get your hair? You know, they wanted to do the little flexi rods and the curling creams and all of that stuff because it's actually this is the type of hair that a lot of people want. This is the type of hairstyle that a lot of black women want. That I learned also while working there, and just even growing up. They always talk about, oh, black women are always talking about how white women just dive into their hair. Well, I never actually experienced that. Really, it's always been from black women, and they feel so
Mhm.
comfortable just diving in your hair, like, oh, I like your hair, and they don't even ask, and they just go through it. And I'm like, isn't this something that you guys complain that white women do to you?
Well, did
So
he
I
ever
don't know.
try to
Have you guys
cut your
ever
hair?
experienced that? Oh no, because I never let them get close enough to cut my hair. No, no, I never had a situation like that because I was always very protective over my hair, and my mom was very strict as far as like my hair goes. She was like, "Don't let anybody even play in your hair." Um,
Yeah.
and I think she kind of knew what was up, but she didn't tell me anything. She was just like, "Don't let anyone play in your hair." I was like, okay. My mom worked really hard and taking care of my hair until, she taught me how to do it and she grew my hair out really long and was very, proud of her daughter's hair. Because, my sister, she grew out her hair really long too. She was very proud of that. So she didn't want anybody messing with it.
Mm.
Exactly.
I gotta just point out though that little white girls are evil too. My
Oh,
little
yeah.
sister, yeah, my little sister. Basically, she turned down an invite to the popular crowd when she was in middle school because they didn't want my sister's best friend to come too, and my sister wasn't going to abandon her best friend. And since they were torturing the best friend, they decided to put my
Wow.
sister on the outs too. And so one time they're sitting behind her, and like for all my sister had this baby fine, very silky hair, but it was very hyper curly. Like we'll say it was maybe 3B, but it was
Mm.
silky and baby fine, right? And so it was also very dry, just like black hair, but it was silky and couldn't handle the heavy moisture like white hair. So she had a hard time growing, but she grew it really long. She's really proud of it, and she had it in a ponytail, and these little evil devil girls cut it off, like cut off about 7, 8 inches of her hair, snip,
Oh my
while they were
Oh,
God.
behind
goodness.
her. Yeah, so I mean,
But
girls, I don't know
In
what
my
it is about
experience,
girls wanting
white
to cut.
girls are always. In my experience, white girls are more passive aggressive with their
Mm.
racism. They're not like blatantly front dooring you with it usually, unless you like. Because I've lived in diverse areas and I've lived in predominantly white areas. When they're the majority, well, they're always the majority. But I mean, when they're
Right.
like almost everybody's white, it's a whole different situation than when you're in a diverse area. Usually,
Yeah.
you know.
Mhm.
mhm.
Hold on, I just want
But
to say
I've
really
seen that.
quickly, Zeno, don't worry, I have all of the super chats are starred, so we're not going to miss any of them. So when there's, a natural break, we're gonna read all the super chats. I just don't want to interrupt the flow of the conversation, but I have them all
Yeah, we have
starred.
to
We're not gonna
respect
miss
the
any.
conversation. We don't want to mess it up.
Yeah, no, I have them all starred, so we're not going to miss any. I promise. If y'all have questions, please drop them via super chat because all the super chats are going to get started, and so they will all definitely be read. I don't know about random ones,
And
so
also
just so
make
you
sure
know.
you guys like the stream. I'm tired of you guys coming in here not liking the stream.
Eh,
Like the
let them know.
stream.
Mm-hmm.
I want to have at least 100 likes like I used to when I first started. Like
I
the
shared the
stream.
stream.
Right. Thank you.
Mhm.
You're
Oh, I didn't.
welcome.
Damn, I'm gonna go share this stream now. I'm horrible. This is my stream, and I forgot to share. I'm gonna go do that. My bad.
I didn't
Sorry.
even share it either
I
myself.
don't think I hit like either. My God, I'm a horrible example. I'm setting a horrible example as co-host. I apologize. I'm gonna go and be an adult now. Please continue the conversation, y'all.
Yes, girl, please
It's
share it. Come
fine.
on, like. All of you guys, share the stream. And if you have a Facebook or Instagram, make sure you share it to that too. All right. So since we have a pause, let's do the super chats. So first we have Young East with a $2 super chat. He has heart eyes. Thank you, Young East. We appreciate it. Go ahead, Ruby.
Girl, I
Hello.
was all the way over there in the other window trying to share stuff. Okay,
Oh, okay.
up next we had Game Changer. Okay. Game Changer $5. Thank you very much, sir. And he said, well, they're light skinned. So,
You
you
said it
know,
wrong. You got to sing it. They're light skinned.
light skinned. Okay, sorry. My bad.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Who's next? Oh, we have D Rock Den with the $2.99 super sticker. We appreciate it. Thank you, D Rock Den.
Thank you. And up next, we got my cousin, Zeno FHD TV 499. Thank you very much, sir. And he said, people often don't accept my girl as black because she's Ethiopian and has 3C hair and light. People think she's mixed even though she's 100% African. Yeah, and that's another interesting thing is we do tend to associate African with the darkest of dark skin. And, it's like we're unaware of the fact that there are definitely places in Africa that do have lighter skin tones, not because of admixture, just naturally, and also have lighter eyes. So,
but let's also add in there, to be realistic, that a lot of people claim to be black and they're really not. I mean, Somalians and Ethiopians, a lot of the time they are technically biologically mixed race people.
I know. Yeah, they yeah.
Just because
I
they're
don't
from
think they're
Africa
all fully
and they
black.
say they're black doesn't necessarily mean they're black. Like even like the Somal, like they're like literally mixed with Arab. You know what I mean? So
They look it.
yeah, but okay, if we could go back, right? Let's say, because how they do the DNA testing, right, and to tell us where we're from and whatever, right, is they go and they find people who've been there for like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years or thousands, as far back as they can trace, right, and then they test their DNA and all the DNA they have in common. That would differ from other populations. That you have to have all those markers to be solely from that place, right? So with that being said, I mean, sure, humanity has existed for a very long time. So prior to, other populations voyaging and mixing and this and that and whatever, was there, people going from, the white corners of the earth to be up at the black corners of the earth to create everything in between? Yeah, but, like, I think that, like, unlike them, who, they're descending from a people who all look like them with that similar skin tone and hair and eyes and whatever. Whereas in descendants of slavery, like myself, right, like we have this admixture because of 400 years of slavery. Without the 400 years of slavery, in the colonization, we wouldn't have the admixture, right? So it's like, I think that's where I differentiate. It's like, where did like the skin tone in these eyes come from? Does it date back to thousands of years ago in that country, or is it because of colonization or because of slavery?
You should a DNA test.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's the problem as well. I mean, we've come a long way with DNA, right? But then you have identical twins and stuff who will send their DNA into Ancestry or into other places and not get identical results. Or people who will send their own DNA to 5 different companies, get 5 different answers. Because like I said, it's not an exacting science. Whereas in what they're doing is they're finding all these different traits in these particular family lines, right? But even then, people, like you said, people lie. Well, someone might have lied 500 years ago and claimed that they were always there when meanwhile they just got there 5 seconds ago. You know what I mean? So I mean, people do lie. And you're gonna have lies and deceit in the mix, kind of throwing off the results as well and what we're really tracking. And that's why the whole identity being all about your DNA and that's it, I think that's maybe also why I have an issue with it. And I do lean very heavily on your cultural identity as far as how you were raised and cultured by your family. but also your phenotype. And the reason why I care about your phenotype is not so much because I'm excluding you because you don't have certain phenotypic traits. To me, and that's why I asked you guys about it earlier, to me, it's about the way society treats you. Since race is a social construct, then I think it very much matters the way society sees you. And
Mm-hmm.
especially the majority of society. So not just one particular segment, but overall in society. If you were driving in a car, do they see you as a
But I
black
think
woman driving a car
but see,
or not?
I totally get what you're saying, and that question has been posed before. And I'm so glad you brought this up.
Mm-hmm.
It's tricky with ambiguous people like us because you're like, well, it's about how society sees you. Well, if you're ambiguous, your image is
They all see you differently.
based on
Yeah.
perspective. Like to
Yeah.
one person, I look Asian. To somebody else, I look Hispanic. To somebody else, I look like an Arab. Like so that's why you can't apply that to mixed race people. That's really like a monoracial people thing, which totally makes sense as to why But everything can't be applied to mixed race people. We're just different, especially as far as how we look, especially if you're ambiguous. That doesn't work for us because that's the point of being ambiguous is you don't fit into one box looks
Mhm.
wise. But I agree
It
with
doesn't
everything
matter
else.
if you look completely white or you look completely black. Like, what is your DNA? I mean, for me, DNA trumps everything. That's just me
Yeah,
personally.
that and the culture with it and but
Hmm.
as far as like, oh, how does the world see you and how will the world treat you? Well, when you're ambiguous, that it's not as simple as black and white. But when you look monoracial, like for instance, why I brought up my brother, he looks monoracial black and he is treated as such. He's had less problems, in the black community because he literally passes as black. And the mixed race men usually have a little bit less problems because black women love dating them. They just hate us, kind of like they love dating white men but hate white women. It's like,
But they
and
hate
same thing
black
with
men.
Hispanic women, like with all races
Yeah.
of women. Like they literally can't stand Hispanic women but would love to date a Hispanic man but hates their mother. Yeah, this it doesn't make any sense. It's wrong on the white side, it's wrong on the black side.
See, I
Hmm.
think that not everyone has that experience. In fact, just from what in my experience, as far as people I directly know, related to, have met online, even,
Mhm.
it seems as though the majority are actually grouped somewhere. So, with or without their consent, the world overall. So when they're talking about, in school, the way teachers have treated them, any types
Mhm.
of maybe racism or prejudice they've experienced, stuff like that. They have different experiences based on knee-jerk, automatic judgments that people make based on
Mhm.
their looks. And like a lot of people, right? So in the black community, right, we're like, oh yeah, you're not quite all the way black, and so on and so forth. And but the only people who've ever questioned my blackness are black people, right? Like white people never questioned if I might be mixed with something or whatever. They saw me as black. I was very black to them. And that's all that there was to it. They didn't really see this massive difference between me and my mom and that person
Mhm.
over there with a wider nose than me, whatever. We were just all black, right? Whereas in the black people were making these really fine distinctions to other me or to other people or to, the exoticalness or whatever, right? And
Yeah.
so I think that since I live in such a predominantly white society, then it matters very much what white
Mhm.
society labels me as, even more than what I label myself as, because especially if there are certain types of prejudices, stereotypes, downfalls to a particular identity that the overall majority are going to label me as, right? Then no matter what I think of myself, I'm going to fall prey to those things because that's how
And you
they
said you have
see me.
what type hair? What type hair did you say you have?
I have 4C hair,
Well, that's
and
probably part of it.
Yeah.
well, it is, but I only
Yeah.
started wearing my natural hair uh probably maybe what was it, 6 years ago now. So prior to that, I found weave when I was 15, and I lived in
Hmm.
weave like straight. Like almost people didn't even see my hair out ever anymore for like I think it was about 17 years. It was a really long
Yeah.
time. I wore weave all the time. And that's where the Indian people or whatever could confused me for them because they looked at my
Yeah.
weave, it was really good weave. They thought it was my natural hair growing out of my head, right? So then they put that with the features and they say, oh, are you Indian or are you, Pakistani or whatever it is, right? Now that I actually have my hair natural, right? Currently I have it in micro locks, right? Even like people who've known me my whole life are now telling me like I look blacker because with the hair, it brings out, the blackness to my features, they say, right? But even when I had weave and stuff, nope. I was always categorized as black. I always faced the discrimination, whether it was from cops, from the school system, from random people. It was always there. No matter what I did to my hair or my clothing, whatever.
Well,
You
I
got
still faced the
discrimination from cops,
racism, but they
Ruby?
still knew the difference. I feel like in my experience, they know the difference, but they just don't really care.
Yeah, they
But
don't care.
yeah,
I
they
mean,
don't
have
care.
you ever been harassed by cops, Gigi?
Huh?
Have you ever been harassed by cops, by white cops?
No, no. But I also know, like, I conduct myself in a proper manner when I'm interacting with the cops. So,
Also, I feel like I don't get harassed. Like I've never been harassed by cops just based off of being a woman. Also, so they kind
that's
of
true
tend to
too.
mess
Yeah.
with you less if you're like a young woman. I don't know.
Hmm.
I
Right.
don't really see them mess with women that much. Now, men, that's a totally different story.
Yeah, they let us go. I mean, they flirt with
Yeah.
us, ask for our numbers.
Hmm.
That's
Yeah.
how cops are with women, usually.
Like,
Sometimes.
I don't panic when I see them or whatever. Like, I just talk to them like everybody else. I mean, a lot of it is the
Mhm.
way that you interact. And trust me, I know that there's cases where there's not, and they're just like straight evil people. But a
Hmm.
lot of people, they go on high speed chases. They done knocked off a freaking quick king, and they're just like, oh, I'm black. They killed me. It's like, well, I mean, what did you do before you got to that point? They're gonna get
Right.
mad at me for saying that, but it's true. You know what I'm saying? Like, if the cop pulls you over, like, just do what he says. And that's just
And
my
then they can
opinion
still
on it.
assault you. I've been assaulted by the cops twice, and I did
Oh.
nothing wrong. And the white woman and black man, and then the second time it was two white people. The third time it was just a white woman, and she was popping off because she was upset of the way that the cop was treating me, and I was just trying to get her to calm the fudge down and get in the car because I know that I'm the one who's gonna take the brunt of this, not her. It's gonna be me, even though I did nothing wrong. I just exist, but my existence is a problem right now because I'm black. And so, and she didn't understand. She couldn't wrap her mind around how that could be possible. Because she thought we live in Canada. It's such a fair, non-racist society. No, it's not. It's less overt
Hmm.
racism. The cops don't have a license to just kill people because we don't have legal guns all over the place here, and stuff like that. But it's not just like a fair society. And
Mhm.
ultimately, what I've seen more of here is black folk who get harassed, targeted, blamed, and so on and so forth by the cops. Not so much set up, but definitely all of those things. And when you look at the situation objectively, they didn't do anything wrong except for be black in public. And I've seen that
Mhm.
myself, personally,
Well,
to
I
know
will
that it
say that I
definitely does
will think
happen.
they will take a white woman's word over me. I mean, for the most part, I will recognize that. I feel like that as well. So, I mean, I can see how a darker skinned person would feel some type of way about that. So I can't take that away. But I will say, though, that a lot of it is overhyped. A lot of it is a bunch of
I
fuckery happens. And then it's just like, oh, it's because I'm black. It's like, well,
I
no, you committed a
honestly
lot of
don't even
crimes. You
want to compare
fled.
my
You didn't
experience to the black
cooperate.
experience because it's not the same. I don't like
Yeah.
comparing my experience to the black experience if we're not going to turn around and compare it to the white experience because I'm also half white. So I think that that's also a huge issue when it comes to mixed race people and black people is the comparing as if they are the same race, and I think that's a huge problem because then it makes it seem like we're in some weird fucking competition. I don't know. Usually mixed race people aren't comparing themselves to black people, it's the other way around. And it's just uncomfortable. We don't have the same experience. It's not fair, But
Well,
so
unless you live in an area where you're the only person of color around, like I said, less diverse
yeah.
areas is different results.
Hmm.
that makes a big difference. And that's why I said, in Canada, right, we are even less of the demographic, right, percentage
Yeah.
wise than Black people are in America. So therefore, there is no such thing as a Black community here. There just isn't. There is no Black neighborhood, Black community, Black
Wow,
only
really?
school. Yeah, that doesn't exist. We don't have enough people. We Black.
Okay.
There's not enough Black people in Canada for us to. I mean, there are some, like, for example, if you're in the Greater Toronto area, like I am,
Mhm.
you can find places that have more Black people in it than, one or two. But at the end of the day, it's still not going to be all Black. There's just no way that it's going to be all Black because we just don't have enough people. And so
Yeah.
therefore, there's always, I do think it's different if I were, say, in an all Black neighborhood or an all Black
Mhm.
area. Maybe my experience would be different because then I'm comparing to, a variety of Black people whereby I'm very light in that demographic, and maybe I would be seen differently. But
You
because,
would. You would stick
right?
out. Like you would stick out because light skin. It's not a high pop. When you have a whole black community, light skin is not the majority of that community. When you have a full black community, just like for instance, places like in Africa, majority of them. I was what was that one chick's name? She Danica. I forgot her last name, but her name was Danica, and she basically has a really famous store. She's like a billionaire, and she was on the Tasha K show, and they were talking, and she basically bleached her skin. She's like light skin now, but she talked about basically the after effects of that and going back to her homeland, which I forgot. I think maybe Nigeria, and she
Mhm.
was talking about how there's not that many light skinned people. So when they talk about colorism over there, she was like, that's not true at all. And she was debunking all of it. She was like, how are they trying to say that light skinned people are somehow taking from them when they are not even half of the community? They're not even a portion. She was like, you go over in Africa and you look around, everybody's brown to dark skin. That is the look, that is what black looks like. That is the look of black. There's not that many light skinned people. And when there are light skinned people, you can pick them out. You can pick them out from a crowd because they just stand out. Because everybody
If
else
you
is
are the
dark.
Mhm.
minority, yeah, if you're the minority in any society, you're going to stick out and you'll be a target.
Yeah, but what I don't like is in these colorism sectors they make it seem like sticking out is a good thing, and it actually just puts a target on you majority of the time. So that's also that what's not talked about. They just talk about it from like a positive aspect, as if light
Yeah.
skins just have this perfect life.
There's always the
Like
good and the
you're
bad.
light skinned, and you
I,
just told us like I went through police brutality. I've
Mhm.
had white people be racist to me. If you went in the black community, they would literally scoff at you like, "Ugh, that's nothing," because you're light
mhm.
skinned. Literally just because you're
Mhm.
light skinned.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, I've heard
I,
them say that light
Crying
skinned
your light
people
skin tears,
have,
girl.
huh?
I,
I, I'm sorry, I can't really hear that good because my phone, but I'm gonna say this. I've heard them
Mhm.
say that light skinned people have pretty privilege even when they're not pretty. What's your take on that, ladies?
Does it
I
make any
disagree.
sense?
I
Y'all go
disagree.
ahead. I know
I
Oh
I'm
just don't
God.
believe
Okay.
that. I mean, there are people that are sick like that, but I mean, for the majority of people, like if you're attractive, you're attractive. Nobody's gonna be
Right.
like, "Oh, I'm gonna take this
Ew, you're
ugly
dark
ass
skinned.
light
Right.
skinned chick
No.
over this badass black chick." You know what I mean? Like,
That's never happened, number one. Number two, okay, so dark skinned girls are always complaining about how they're being told, oh, you're pretty for a dark skinned girl. But on the flip side, light skinned women are having to deal with, oh, you're only pretty because you're light skinned. Like they will literally look at a gorgeous light skinned girl and be like, oh, she's
good point.
average. She's average.
Hmm.
She's only cute because she's light skinned. So the pendulum always swings the other way. And I just hate that they pretend like it doesn't. And like, we're just kind of like, they basically treat us like the whites of the community, essentially.
Hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
especially biracials for sure. Yeah.
Well, I mean, they treat all light skinned people like they're biracial. So, I mean, to be fair, the people who are going to treat biracial people
Mhm.
bad for being biracial treat anyone
Yeah,
who's
they're
light
probably
skinned like
gonna.
they're biracial. You just
Yeah, they
don't
Well,
most
count.
I'm
likely
just saying
will.
Yeah.
from my perspective
Thank
because
you.
like we're in the golden sphere and
Mhm.
there are light-skinned people in the sector that come out and say crazy things and nobody bats an eye, but they're looking for any moment for the
Mm.
biracials to say anything out of order.
Mm.
That's true.
I mean, yeah,
There's
I
a difference, but it's pretty. Yeah, it's the same, but it's also a
It's
little different.
facts.
But
Yeah.
let's be
Yeah.
real though. I mean, sisters are like that in general, right? There's if everyone who's on your team who's saying what you want to hear, you have no problem with. You support them, right? So it's like you see that kind of like tribal mentality a lot
Mm.
too. It's like if you're rejecting, so there's a bunch of light-skinned folk, right? Whether they're biracial or full black or majority black or whatever, and the ones who are identifying as black get to be part of the team, and the ones who are rejecting blackness don't, right? And so the ones who are rejecting blackness are the ones who are going to be, you're over there, everyone can treat you badly because you reject us, right? I mean, I feel that there's a lot of that, because even in the generalized, hating on, or whatever, the things that they'll say, like there's a beautiful light skinned woman, but you're only beautiful because you light skinned, or she's beautiful and light skinned, or just pretty and light skinned, and it's like she's doing well at work or something. It's like, oh, she probably slept her weight at the top, and just stuff that gets said. It's
Right.
like it's because of a rejection internally that they feel, and a jealousy and an envy that they feel, as though somehow being light skinned would fix all their problems.
I think that it's more than just a rejection. It's almost like a sense of ownership over light skinned people and mixed race people, in my
Mm.
opinion, because they make it seem like we don't have that option to reject them, but it's fine for us to reject the white community. I've met so many biracials that are like, oh, I fucking hate white people, and I'm black, and don't you dare call me anything else. And it's like, okay, I get that, respect it. But it's just odd that they're like, how dare you? You don't have the option to do it to the other side. And if you do, you're wrong. But if you reject white people, we praise you. And I just don't think that that's healthy, for a biracial person. And
And
I really feel for
and I
light skinned
disagree.
people. Hmm.
I
Okay.
disagree with her saying that it's only about people agreeing with you or not, because I've seen it firsthand in these spaces. And there is a very, very strong what is the word I'm looking for? When you're being told that you're evil because your mother is white, listen, we don't have the same experience. We have similar experiences that we build on and we grow together
Mm,
with, but we do not have the same experience
the
at all.
same, yeah.
If you go to and I don't want to bring nobody's names up, but you go to certain people's channels, and they're like, Nignogs this and this, that, and this,
Oh,
that,
God.
no issue. No
Nignogs?
issue, no
Oh,
What?
yeah.
pushback, no
I was
nothing.
gonna bring that up because I saw that they were trolling you. I'll say the names:
Nignogs?
Sinji and
Yeah.
Nyla. They're trolling you
Sinji and
guys.
Nyla, you said? Okay.
Yeah, they're
Oh,
trolling them really bad.
Oh, are
Nignogs.
they?
I'm sorry,
I
I've
didn't
just
even
never heard that. I
know.
don't even know what that means. Like, what?
What?
Listen, I ran up on Taz's panel and it got a little messy, so they're probably trolling us right now, but whatever. They're gonna have to
No,
see
yeah,
us
because I
one
saw the
day.
clip.
Yeah,
Um, you have
we're
the
here
clip?
for the pushback. You know what? That's why I said on that clip that their voices are powerful, because it is. You can go to any chat, especially divestors chats,
Mm.
and they're saying the exact same things that they're saying about biracial people. So yeah, everybody should be mindful of their voices in these space. If you're an influencer, your voice matters. They are influencing people to hate biracial people.
And light skins, yeah.
Mhm.
Because
So
But here's the thing.
by the way,
we're
What
when
I've
at the
noticed.
I
table for the
went up
conversation.
there on Taz's stream, they were also talking about light skinned people, because the thing is, when they talk shit about mixed race people, light skinned people always follow right behind. They're always like, yeah, because they'll talk about our light skin, and they'll be like, yeah, light skins think they're this and they're that. And I made a video on it.
But
They
here's the
always
thing,
bring us up
Nyla's light
together.
skinned, right? So and a bunch of people in their squad are light skinned. And this is why I said it comes down to staying on topic, or staying, you don't break ranks. What the rank says goes. And so if you're not going along with what the sisterhood is saying, you're not going along with what the ranks are saying, right? If you want to
Hmm.
speak against that, if you're going to have an identity outside of what they're saying it should be, then you're
Right.
enemy number one. But as long as you're willing to go along and say that everything that they're saying is right, you cool. Because you a cool light skinned one who knows the real deal. Do you see what I'm saying? And so
Yeah.
that's what you see a lot of, because you're talking right now about like a light brown skinned and a light skinned woman. Right. And so, well, if that's the case, if it's just about being light skinned, well, then one of them would be excluded from the party, but she's not. Right. So why is she not? Well, because she believes it's their company line, and they believe it, and they're pushing it, and they're living by it, I guess. And so, whereas in you are not. I don't know exactly what the issue was, but I'm just saying. But you're not, right? You're rejecting blackness, I'm guessing, because I know they're B1 black first, right? So you're rejecting blackness, and that's all there is to it. You're enemy number one because you reject blackness. You could be 7% black, and as long as you owned your blackness, you'd be good to go. As long as you said they were right and all light-skinned people were wrong, you'd be good to go. You're part of the
Yeah.
team now. We don't like rejection, right? Like, as a community, black
But
folks
even
don't
when you
like
mammy
rejection.
and
We can't
mule,
handle it well.
even when you mammy and mule, it still doesn't work out well for you.
Oh
Y'all saw what
no, not
happened
at
to
all.
Sandy. Y'all
Sandy.
saw what happened to Sandy.
Poor Sandy.
Don't
They
do
were
it.
like,
Stop
they were like,
apologizing,
what? Sandy
ladies.
has a black mom. How could she do this? And I'm like, you guys are so stupid. I can't. Nobody respects.
She's
No one
still
respects the
biracial.
biracial savior. No one respects it at all.
Let me
They want.
ask
The thing
you.
is, they
Okay.
hate me and Golden Goddess because we mammy and mule for our own, and they're like, what the hell? Don't teach other biracials to mammy and mule for themselves. They're
You're
supposed to be
supposed to
doing
be
that for
mammy
us.
and muling for us.
Don't you dare.
Mule?
Crazy.
What does mule mean? I don't even know what that means. What's that mean? Muling.
Yeah,
Doing the
like
work
muling,
or
carry them
whatever,
on their back.
fighting.
They're
Oh.
basically, they will talk shit to mixed race people about the whiteness in us. But the first time that they got to go talk to the white man, they send us to the room to do it. They're like, hey, go talk to your people.
Mm, okay.
Go talk to your people. So that's where the muling comes from. We
Okay,
got
I have
leaders
a
like
question
Malcolm
for
X.
you, ladies.
We got a bunch of leaders that mammied and muled for the black community. Got Rosa Parks, just for them to turn around and make videos saying that they had light skin privilege. You know,
Mm,
Mm.
so
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
mammy and
Well,
muling, it historically does not work for mixed race people or light skinned people. Just to be real,
right, right,
historically.
right. So let me
Right.
ask you,
What are you
ladies, a
saying, Melody?
question.
Y'all
Mm-hmm.
Can you
stressed out by this conversation or what? You ready for the smoke or what?
huh?
I'm up
Oh,
now.
Can you guys
I'm
hear me?
good. Yeah, go ahead,
Okay.
Melody. I can hear
I'm
you.
sorry. No, my phone is really, really, really
Yeah,
messed
you
up.
are much more quiet though on this phone. Yes, it's
Okay.
very quiet, but we can hear you. Go ahead.
All right. I was saying, what race of guys do you date? Do you date black guys or you date white guys? Or mixed?
I've honestly dated all. I've dated all types of men. I think the only race of men that I haven't dated are Native American, Asian, and like Indian. So I've dated all sorts of races.
Oh yeah, I shouldn't say all because I've never had like Asian or Indian or any of that. Black, white, Hispanic. Yeah.
Oh, so you guys don't have like a real preference for men.
I prefer my
Mm-mm.
phenotype. I do. I like I do. I prefer my phenotype, but attractive people come in every color, so that's not like,
Yeah.
you know. I mean, I'm married now, but I mean, it's never been a deal breaker. But I'm just saying. But I do. I have always found myself more attracted to my phenotype.
Right. So that your
Mhm.
husband that you're married to now, he's mixed.
Well, no, yeah, but no. He's his dad's biracial and his mom is black, so he's majority black. He's light skinned. He's golden.
Right. So your kids are
Or
mixed. So
yeah,
what do
they're
you
light skinned, golden.
they're golden, so but they're more black, right?
Yes. Well,
So
my
do you
older
teach
kids
them?
are half Puerto Rican, and my younger kid, yeah, they're half black. Well,
Oh, okay.
shit, not half black. They're I don't know what they
Mostly
are. They don't
black.
got DNA tests.
Right. Yeah. No, I just wanted to know.
Yeah, they're
Okay.
mixed. They're what MGMs? That's what you call it, right?
Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I
So
want
you
to
like
ask
to
this
keep it.
question,
Okay, go ahead.
if I could, by humble yourself, right? Then because I want to address some of the pushback I'm seeing inside the chat room, because so that way you guys can answer
This
it.
is
So this
lightweight for
is
us tonight.
there
Honestly.
you go. I like that because we don't have a lot of like light skin haters. People's light skin. But
Yeah, this is lightweight for us.
This is all you're doing is proving to be a hypocrite. Your whole movement is based around being picked on or antagonized by Black people, right? So why go
What?
out of your way to go on and do the same? So I,
Oh God.
I think the
We don't pick
implication is
Listen,
on
that you
black
pick
if
people.
you
on Black
can't handle the
people.
truth, if you can't handle the truth and hearing other people's experiences, just click
Hmm.
out. Click out.
I
Our
mean,
movement is
There,
about bringing voices to mixed
nah.
and light skinned people. And whatever way that goes, if they have problems with white people, they talk about white people. If they have problems with Black people, they talk about Black people. The reason why there's more videos about the Black community is because this is social media. We're on YouTube. White people are not coming on social media and talking shit about light skinned and biracial people are.
Yeah,
Black people are, not white
specifically.
people. That's why they get more smoke.
There's a
But they
there's a
always
there's
get
a
smoke.
whole genre. There's a whole genre on YouTube for it. It's called colorism. It's a little $1 billion industry now, little $1 million
Yeah.
industry now, and they basically built that off of talking about us and talking about how much more privileged we are than them.
But
They
they're
don't talk
mad
about any other
when we
race of
come to the
women, not
table.
white
When
women,
we're at
not
the table, they're
Latinas,
mad.
not Asians. But for some reason, mixed race women and light skinned women specifically have been zeroed in on. And now that we finally are joining the discussion, people want us to shut up, which, that's funny.
It's
That'll
not going to
never
happen.
happen. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, because nobody
Sorry.
shuts them up, right? Nobody shuts the
No,
dark
And we
skinned
don't want to
people
shut
absolutely
them up.
not.
We actually want them to keep talking so we can keep pointing out their hypocrisies. And, we've actually gone on different panels and tried to debate people. That's what Gigi was also trying to do with Taz and them. And, they deflected the whole time. And we'll debate you. It's not even about light skin or dark
Oh, they
skin because
weren't
at the end of the
talking
day, it's a
to us.
mentality.
Sorry, humble yourself. Sorry, it wasn't
yeah,
for us.
yeah,
Oh,
but
oops,
Humble
sorry.
Yourself also didn't at someone else, so all I could assume is that it's directed towards the panel. But with that
Okay.
being said, it brings up a good question because, at the end of the day, and I don't know, right? But I guess it's someone who came to support y'all, and obviously you're going to have a bunch of different voices within the
Hmm.
movement. So I guess that, a good question would be because, we asked Rashida, right, who's a dark skinned activist,
Hmm.
similar question, but like, are y'all okay, like fighting fire with fire? Is it okay for y'all to, put down and drag and, basically treat dark skinned women the way maybe they're treating you? Or do you try to take the high road?
No, no, no. Listen, this is just like any other sector in YouTube. You go to the manosphere, you go to the woman's sphere, wherever you go, there's going to be extremists in every sector. Me and multiracial movement do not come out and put ugly pictures up or call
Hmm.
names or get dirty. Listen, I just came from Taz and M's chat. You know how much racist shit they were saying to me in that fucking chat?
Yeah. I
Like,
did a whole video
we are
on it.
not the problem here on YouTube.
And I did a video on it to document it because literally Black people are saying there are no biracial slurs, which, by the way, I've never heard a Black person be called a mutt. That's a fucking animal. That's a slur. They
They were
call us
like, the
Wow.
tragic. They call us
Mulatto is
the
a
unmuted,
tragic
slur.
bipolar,
mulattoes.
the biracious.
Mulattoes. That's a part of our
Yeah,
history. There's a
tragic
whole tragic
mulatto.
mulatto era where white people were discriminating against, and it was like this whole anti
You
mixed
see
race
this person
area
right here in the
era.
chat, the village arsonist, is calling us mongrels. They think this shit is
Yeah,
socially acceptable, but it's
yeah.
not. You're disgusting and you're no better than white people. So get over
You
yourself.
act just like the very same people that you hate. You act just
Exactly.
like them because
You're
you're American.
disgusting.
You're literally. It's like you're American, you're privileged, and it just
This
shows
is
while
not
you're
Cynthia
screaming about
G's
not being
chat.
privileged.
This is not Cynthia G's chat. Don't fucking come for us.
Yeah, please be
At
Mm-hmm.
respectful to our guests, please.
Oh. You know what? I'm
Because
sorry,
I
guys.
will say that shit.
all.
I do want to interrupt really quickly because I didn't realize it. We actually skipped Celine's second super chat and I didn't see it. I'm really sorry, Liv. I saw your comment just
Sorry,
now.
Celine.
I'm really, really sorry. It's like we missed it. So I'm going to read it now. And this is from earlier in the conversation. And she said, thank you very much, honey. Said, it can be hard to be virtuous and pure in mind and body, but as a believer, it's not some unattainable standard. It just takes discipline and faith. Yeah, I agree with you. It does
Appreciate
take
it.
discipline and faith. I think these days people are asking to what end, as in why bother? Um,
Mm.
People are trying to get their bag. They're trying to get, what they want to get. They're trying to move where they want to move. And what is the point of being virtuous and this and that? And, when you can do OnlyFans and make 1 million in a year. So I think that that's that's the struggle of society. And rather than us focusing on important stuff, let's be real. I do agree to some extent with what the Bill Jarston has said. That it is kind of a stupid discussion that we have to have these days about colorism and light skin versus dark skin, and how dare you identify how you want to identify. You should identify in a way that makes me happy and comfortable. And if you don't, well, then death to you. Like, I mean, it's crazy that we are still having this battle in 2022. Like, why can't we just kind of love and accept one another? All right, they're not full black. They are biracial. They identify with two or multiple, if you're multiracial cultures. Why can't they do that? And as long as we see that they're loving their black side too, why can't we be happy with that? Why can't we just allow
And
people to accept all of them?
I want to
Hmm.
add to Ruby that we're not here to diminish dark skinned people's struggles either,
No,
but we're here to
we
give a
believe those
voice
are real.
to our people. Yeah,
Yeah,
we
we
believe
believe those
that,
are real.
we all have, yeah.
We definitely, yeah. This is the thing. I think that people get us confused when we are pushing back on some of the colorism topics. Is no, we're never going to say colorism is not real. No, we think that that is definitely real, but we think that that's more of a beef between dark skins and white people. I'm going to be real. Light skinned people do not run this country. And number one, dark skinned people, which is the majority of the black community, brown to dark skin, they outnumber light skinned people and mixed race people. We don't have any influence to hurt the black community as a whole, but they're out here speaking as if we are really like hurting their community. And if we were hurting their community, it couldn't be without their help. And so that's why I brought up earlier about how, some black people are shooting themselves in the foot when they one drop rule their mixed race family members, people that they know, and you're saying that they're black. Well, if you do that, just recognize that when you call a mixed race person that clearly looks mixed race, like for instance, Obama, a lot of black people were saying, "Oh, that's the first black president." Well, why are you taking that away from a fully monoracial black person that could become the president one day? Why can't he or she be the first black president? That's the first biracial president.
Honestly, he was
And
calling himself the first black president too, though.
but he also was calling himself biracial. But people were also calling him black. So but for biracial people, a lot of them are racially fluid. So I have noticed that with some biracial people, they'll go back and forth from like saying, "Oh, I'm biracial" or "I'm black," because even gosh, I forgot her name, Ruby. Ruby brought it up earlier about how, I'm not going to, not say I'm this just to make you feel comfortable. A lot of biracial people are kind of submissive in that way, and they will change and say, "Okay, I'm black." Sometimes when they're talking to black
And I
people,
want to
because
say
then they
too
feel
that
like that'll make them feel more comfortable.
your
Mm.
chat
Hmm.
right now is a perfect example why we're here. It's the same crap. Look at them. It's the same crap. They don't like the truth to be out, but get over it. We're here. If you don't like it, don't watch our
Right.
content.
And I get
And
that you
I
guys think that
appreciate you, ladies,
colorism
but
is,
I'm probably gonna get out of here because I don't want to like screw up your live stream. But I don't
oh,
put up and I don't tolerate this nonsense. You know,
Gigi,
they can go
anything you
cry
want
their
to
dark skin
address?
tears elsewhere because
Anything you
I
want
don't
to
care about
address,
it.
address it, please. Gigi, don't go. We say no echo chambers, okay? And we actually want people to feel comfortable, especially the people on the panel, voicing their
mhm.
opinion in full. You do not
But this
have
is
to
why we're
go to,
here. We're here to
yeah.
reverse that. It's not socially acceptable any longer. And we're going to keep pushing and we're going to wake up all the mixed and light skinned people that it's no longer socially acceptable to be disrespectful to mixed and light skinned people and to call us racist names. If we came out here, which we never would because we're not disgusting like that, and
Yeah,
started
no,
calling
we
y'all
never
a
would
whole
do
bunch
that.
of names and crap like that, you guys would be crying and twerking all over
Mad.
YouTube, crying,
Mhm.
mad, the uproar, the fake outrage.
They'd be like, "See, told you about them light skin. Told you those mixed race people hate us. Blah blah blah. Feeding into those
Like we're
stereotypes
done
they've
with that
already put
shit.
there."
Yeah,
We
No, we
we
don't
all
do
don't
sat
need
that.
in
to be
chats
rude and
too.
disrespectful to our guests.
We
Like,
sat
we're
in
not
chat
being
for a
rude to
long
you
time
guys, so don't
listening
be
to
rude to
y'all run your
them.
mouth about us, and it's done.
Yeah, please respect, or I
Yeah,
will
that's
be kicking
the
people
only
out. Like,
reason I
I
think
don't like
that the
that.
golden sphere is even a thing is because of, we can't we realize that we can't just sit back and let people slander biracials and light skinned people as a whole, because there are people out here really believing it, unfortunately. And everybody in
And
the
it's
chat that's saying, oh,
spreading.
colorism, hold on, everybody in the chat that's saying, oh, colorism is so stupid. You're stupid because you're underestimating the power of words. It's not just colorism, honey. It's slander at this point. And these are things that they're not being pushed back on, so people are believing them. And that's where the golden sphere comes into play. We've given a space for people to share their voices and their experiences, because me and Gigi, as biracial people that have been around other biracial people, we know that majority of biracial people do go looking for acceptance from the black community first, and they get rejected. I mean, we've even seen it happen with light skinned people who are fully black, which is insane. And the fact
Hmm.
that there's people like, oh, colorism's not that big of a deal to you, maybe. I don't know what skin tone you are. I don't know what you've been through, but to you, maybe not, because you're not the object that is basically being vilified, because they're basically
Right.
making it seem
But
like
these
we're
are
the
the type of
villains
people that
and
we
they're the
make videos
majority.
about, basically. The people that come around and
Hmm.
pop their pussy and they're jealous and crying in the chat. These are the type of people that we push back against.
But
Oh,
see,
yeah.
you know what's interesting? So Angel Ramirez Jordan, a light-skinned black man, right? That's how he does it. And I remember he did a video on colorism, and he talked about how colorism affects dark-skinned men,
Hmm.
light-skinned men, and dark-skinned women. And yet he could not see, even given the fact that he said people see how it affects dark skin, but they don't see how it affects light skinned men. But he didn't see how it affects light skinned women. And no one does, because light skinned women aren't allowed to complain about how colorism affects them. And one of the biggest things I noticed, at least for me, and I brought it up on multiple occasions, is that what dark skinned women do is they actually devalue themselves psychologically. So therefore, having belonging to their group doesn't mean much to them. So therefore, they don't care that it means a lot to say a light skinned black woman who's desperate for, friends of her culture, of her ilk, right? And
Hmm.
she's being rejected and ostracized and whatever, because they're not looking for black acceptance, and so they don't value it. And so
Right.
therefore they can't understand what it would mean to be ostracized by your own, and how valuable it is to have group acceptance. The other thing is that when you are desperate to be a standard of beauty, or an idol of sexuality, or whatever it is, you can't understand the downfalls or possible dangers of it. So when
Hmm.
everything that you are and everything you've ever worked for is dismissed, over sexualized, and whatever, because people just say, well, you must have slept your way to the top, or you just got it because you're beautiful, or you just got it because you light skin, or da 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 da, and your hard work means nothing, right? Your intelligence means nothing. Nothing you did means anything. It's just because you're beautiful and you're hot, you're light skinned, and that's it. They don't
Hmm.
understand how that's also harmful and destructive. And so therefore they can't relate to how colorism impacts light skinned people. They only really understand it in the terms of how it impacts them, right? And
Right.
I thought it was interesting. Ramirez Jordan, you can look at how colorism affects, the dark skinned black man, where he's more likely to get gunned down and more likely to be seen as violent at an early age, and so on and so forth. And he could look at it and say, yeah, but as a light skinned man, I had to fight all the time because everyone was always testing me because I was light skinned. So they thought I was weak and I was soft and I was this and I was that, right? I was a target as a result of that. And he could see that how two sides of the same coin could be harmful to both sides, but he couldn't see it for the women. And I think it's sad that the women also can't see it for the women. Do you know what I mean? Like we cannot give each other that type of grace and understanding, and like unity and understanding. Oh yeah, hey, it hurts me that the world's worshiping light skin and I'm not light skinned, but man, it hurts her
But the
that
world
she's
doesn't
light skinned and
worship
everything
light.
she
The world
works for
doesn't
is
worship light
dismissed.
skin. The standard of beauty has and always will be, well, specifically where I'm at, America, is white, blonde hair, and blue eyes. That is still the standard of beauty in America. And I hear this all the time. And I'm like, so why don't you guys go after white women, Latinas, Asian, technically? Because they're always talking about this hierarchy, which, by the way, I do not believe in. We're always talking about this hierarchy and that they're at the bottom and every other race of women is in front of them. So why specifically attack mixed race women and light skinned women? Aren't there's other women supposedly, air quotes, because I do not believe in this, above you? Why aren't you guys getting at them? And so I
Well,
think that that's an interesting question.
I do think it has a lot to do with the fact that, again, while they are simultaneously dismissing the importance and the value of Black acceptance,
Hmm.
it has to do with Black acceptance. So they don't care that overall in the society, since the society that we're living in is majority white, they don't care that we are not the majority standard of beauty. So what they're
Hmm.
really looking at is Black media, right? They're not really looking at white media, white magazines, white whatever. What they're looking at are, the top sex idols, sex appeal idols of men, and the music videos of the most popular and the arms of the most successful and wealthy of Black men, right? And then looking at, okay, well, what's featured? What is being held up in those types of media as the standard of Black beauty, Black female beauty, Black female excellence, as far as, what we're programmed to want to be, which is cream of the crop. And what they see is the racially ambiguous, the light skin, the looser hair pattern than 4C, a narrower nose than wide, and so on and so forth.
But
And so
shouldn't they take that up with the Jews? Aren't the Jews who runs Hollywood and media? They should take it up with the
You're
Jews,
right.
right?
Also, I guarantee you, all these people that got casted were probably casted by like a brown skinned to darker skinned person because the majority of the community is that. And so it's really their own fault. For instance, who's Queen Bee in the black community as far as music? Beyonce. And that takes
mhm,
a collective of black people to make her a millionaire. And they do, and they still
Right.
complain about her and colorism. So, there's nothing that can be done about that. And also, they lie and they like to say that we're only coveted in the black community. That's not true. If that were
Well,
true, then certain people wouldn't be as famous as they are. Like, for example, again, Beyonce. You think only black people pay for her? That's no.
Well, you know what? A lot of black
mhm.
people say that dark skinned people can't make it. Like they were saying,
Oh, that's a
Beyonce
lie.
made it. They were saying Beyonce made it over Kelly Rowland, and they feel like Kelly Rowland is the prettier one and she can sing better. This is what I hear a lot of dark skinned black people
Well, she's
saying.
not, and she can't. But okay.
She literally can't. She's lazy. Let's just
Let's
be
just be real.
real. Let's be real.
Yeah, let's
Beyonce
be
works
honest here.
harder. She works
Yeah.
Yeah.
harder. She perfected her craft. Kelly, when's the last time you seen Kelly dance her ass off? I'll wait. And sing at the same time. I'll wait.
Listen,
Well, this
you
is
know
what
what they
they're all
say? When they say
saying.
you're the Beyonce of the
Mhm.
group, they say that for a reason.
That's so
Because
true.
she's Beyonce.
The
Right.
Mm.
Beyonce.
So let me ask Ruby this, because Ruby, how do you feel? Do you think that dark skinned people aren't making it, um, like light skinned people are making it in the media?
No, that's not what. See now, and again, I've always had disagreement, pushback about this, but for me growing up, and again, I'm a little older than the average person up in here, but okay. When I was growing up, I felt like I had almost no light skin, black representation. Like when Tyra Banks came around, even though she didn't look exactly like me, whatever, I was just happy that someone wasn't dark skinned and gorgeous. Though they were showing a light skinned, beautiful person because I had just never seen one on TV. So I was hyper aware of all of the light skinned folk on TV when I was growing up. I feel like now there's more of them than there were
Hmm.
when I was young and growing up. But when I was growing up, Tia Tamara,
Hmm.
Tyra, Lisa
Hmm.
Bonet, who else? Right?
Honestly,
I like everyone else, like, like all these people that I look at, they were so beautiful and so gorgeous and whatever, they were always brown skinned to dark skinned women. Naomi Campbell, all these the singers even that were held up as like, gorgeous and powerful and whatever. They were never light skinned women. And so for me, still, because my standard, like when I think of my ideal standard of beauty, is a dark skinned woman. So to be honest with you,
Hmm.
I tend to see the dark skinned women, notice them more, and idolize them more still to this day. I feel like, and I mean that's just my personal preference as far as when I'm looking at when I want to Google women and go, God, she's so beautiful. I wish I had her. Da, 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 da. It tends to be a dark skinned woman, still to this day. But I still think there's far more brown skin and dark skin black representation than the women realize. I think that
Absolutely.
they're just looking every time they don't see themselves, they're upset. You know what I mean? Every time they see a light skinned person, because it's this knee jerk reaction to be offended by it. And every time that it's a whole video of just dark skinned women, they don't even notice it. It happens all the
Exactly.
time
I think that's
and they
because
don't
just
notice it.
unlike you, where you favor your own phenotype, which by the way I think is very healthy mentally, and
Hmm.
it just goes to show that a lot of these women don't favor their own phenotype, because if you did, then that's what you would gravitate to naturally, or
Hmm.
that's literally what you would surround yourself by. But you're over here looking at light skinned women, like for instance, we've literally came across YouTube channels where they are ran by dark skinned women that have pictures of light mixed race women with like green eyes and like 3A, 3B hair. And it's like some manifestation type of thing where they look at this picture for a certain amount of time, and they try to
Oh, I
manifest
see
those,
that.
yeah, they try to manifest those features. And I'm talking about a bunch of likes and
Crazy.
comments and shares, and like little dark skinned girls and brown skinned girls down there, and they're like, oh, I've been doing this for 2 weeks now, and I think my hair is getting looser, and it's just some really really sick stuff. Because for instance, I'm just gonna be real, like even like with the weaves and stuff, that's damaging. Uh, I don't know, like there's a lot of things that are damaging the black woman's image,
Hmm.
I feel like, and I don't think light skin and mixed race are high up there. A
Right.
lot of things that they do is in their control. For instance, me and Gigi have talked about this before. Our mothers are white. They wore their real hair, so I wear my real hair. I was never ashamed of my afro hair, but growing up, all of my homegirls, all my black girlfriends, they all had weaves, and their mothers had weaves, and that was just the way that it was.
So
And a
you're
lot of them hated wearing their real hair.
right. Now, are you saying because their mother they're wearing weaves, and you grew up
Yeah,
seeing your mom not wearing weaves? So it's
yeah,
like,
it's
okay,
more natural. I feel like
right.
it's definitely more natural, because when you grow up having to wear your real hair, then you got to learn how to do your real hair. And the more you wear your real hair and you learn how to do your real hair, the longer it grows. Um,
Yeah.
it really does stunt your hair growth when you put weave in it. It really, really does.
Yeah.
And they lie and they're like, oh, it's a protective style. BS, B fucking S. Okay, it stunts your hair growth. It doesn't matter any way you want to slice it. It stunts
Putting
your hair growth.
relaxers at a young age. Listen, everybody can grow long,
Exactly.
beautiful hair. You just got to take care of your hair.
Everyone. Because
It doesn't
I've
matter.
literally, like I said, I've
I
worked
do
in the
agree with
hair
that.
care industry, and I've literally seen black girls with a super, super long hair, and they do not wear weave. They won't touch it. White women, and my thing is, I don't have a problem with weave. I think that if a black woman is gonna wear weave, she should get weave that is her hair texture. What's wrong with 4C hair weave? What's wrong with that? Why
Now
can you
here's
not
the
wear
thing
that? In the
though.
60s and 70s, they wore afros, and they wore those weave afros so much that white women, Asian women, Latina women started slapping 4C afro hair on. So
Facts.
you can't tell me
Facts.
that black people have always been very influential. It's just about what they choose to influence, and
But
it
now
does
here's the thing.
damage.
First, I want to point out a couple things. Number one is that the reason why weave didn't come out of my hair is because under my weave, my hair was very long. As
Hmm.
if I wore my hair naturally out for, let's say, a month, it would start breaking off like massively. And the thing is that there wasn't a lot of not only products, but actual knowledge about why is my hair acting differently than most black people's hair. What can I
Hmm.
do to stop this? Why is this happening? I'm doing everything I can. I come to find out now with the natural hair movement that happened online is what taught me that about my hair. And finally I find out, oh, I have high porosity hair. that makes a world of difference. I didn't know my hair had a coil to it. I didn't know lots of things. I was trying constantly. And so the only thing that could protect my hair, allow it to grow in peace, not have my hair all looking damaged and broken off and whatever and dry and raggedy, was weave. And that's why I stuck with it for so long. And without the natural hair movement, I might still be wearing weave because I tried every product. There's been thousands and thousands of dollars. And what worked for my mom or for anyone else I knew didn't work for me. New stuff I would try didn't work for me. Without the internet, I probably still wouldn't know. And without the advent of being able to ship around the world, Canada probably still wouldn't have a lot of those products. So,
Mhm.
to the extent a lot of us, let's say if you're over the age of 30, especially, to realize we were really raised in a completely different world where what we had access to, both information and product wise, is very different than what people have
Mhm.
access to now. Um, Now, with that being said, I want to bring this up really quick because I wrote this a long time ago, and still to this day, I probably get about 10 comments a day. Still get about that, maybe a few hundred views a day, and people get really upset. Now, I wrote this. I actually told you guys about this particular girl. This is my friend's daughter. She allowed me to use her daughter's pictures and her pictures in this
Oh,
letter
Aw.
that
She's
I wrote.
she
gorgeous.
Right?
is.
Isn't she gorgeous? Look at this. And so this is her mom. Her mom has
Yeah.
a white mother. Okay, and her mom didn't know how to braid hair, didn't know how anything about black hair, but she had a child with a black man and who dipped out really early, and she had to learn. And so she learned how to make this kid's hair crazy, long, healthy, learned how to do all the different styles and stuff like this. So she started off with these little, twists and whatever, and then, slowly started growing hair longer and longer and figured out different products and protective styling and stuff like that, right? Now, the reason why I wrote this letter is because of it actually relates back to something you said. Now, a lot of people, when I was younger, and it's gotten a lot better, probably because of the advent of the internet, where what was happening is, so there was a lot of white mothers raising biracial children and these biracial children who had type 3 or 4 hair, who had hair that was different than mommy's, but they would treat their child's hair just like theirs, including just leaving it out, no protective styling, no different types of shampoos, conditioners, and products to cater to their kids' hair. And then when it's like tough and broken off and Brillo patty, they're like, well, her hair is beautiful just the way it is. How dare you? You're being racist and da 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 da. And so I wrote this letter, and I like to say things really strongly at first to pull people's attention. And so me saying, your kid running around with her hair a mess because you refuse to learn how to do it is sad and despicable. And still to this day, I got a lot of responses about it. But the reason why I wanted to bring that up is because what a lot of
Yeah, I
people
don't
don't.
like that. I
Yeah,
don't like
I
that.
know. It hurts a lot. Trust me, it hurt a lot of people's feelings. It did. And it still does. But I left it there. And the reason why I did it, I wanted to address it because what ends up happening is what people don't realize is there is a whole flip side. And so if you having your hair cared for the same way that mommy cares for her hair and she didn't have to adjust anything and your hair ended up being healthy and fine and okay, that's great. But a lot of kids I grew up with, their hair was suffering seriously from neglect by the time they became teenagers or young adults. Their hair, like, they didn't do weave and perms and stuff. They just shaved their head bald and stuff because they had no concept of how to handle it properly or whatever. They just thought shampoo ruins their hair and conditioner ruins their hair. Everything ruins their hair. They had no idea because their white parent, often their white mother, didn't know, literally didn't know things about their hair. And so I do think that sometimes, right, we do tend to take our own experience for granted that, we can kind of apply that to the majority, and the majority think the same way. Whereas I've seen the exact opposite. Girls who got into weave and stuff like that, because their hair care didn't work the way mommy was doing it. Mommy didn't know she was doing something wrong, never, and she was basically like, well, I want to be accepted by my friends and whatever. And oh, look, I can go put some stuff on my hair and I can look like my friends and not have these troubles. I'm going to go do that instead. Right. And so you do actually see with people who were born and raised with white moms as well, or a white parent as well, when, you have a parent who doesn't, or not just white, because it's also Asian. I've actually helped a lot of women through that one post. Asian Black moms who have
Mm-hmm.
biracial children, Asian, Indian, all kinds who didn't realize. They read my post, they were offended in the first couple of paragraphs, and then they kept reading. They went, "Wow, I didn't even realize. I really didn't." That's what the problem is. The problem is
Right.
I'm treating my kid's hair like mine, but my kid doesn't have, for the Asian ones, right, a super thick, long, bone straight strand that doesn't need extra moisture, doesn't need extra this, doesn't need, oh, I didn't know that. I have to handle it differently. Oh my God, there are different products, different techniques and whatever, right? And not everyone learns those things or has those connections naturally. And then there's a lot of what I found sometimes with some biracial couples who have kids is there's so much fear of being racist or of making
Mm-hmm.
race too much of an issue that it's just like, no, we see no color, we see no differences. Our kid is just our kid. Her hair is exactly the same as her white brothers and sisters, and it's like that's not true either, right? And so I think that there can be some harm sometimes, right? I think that we have to
I
recognize that
agree
the
in the
harm's
fact
not just
that
from the
yes,
black side. Hmm.
white mothers should definitely invest the time in learning how to do their kids' hair. But at the same
Mm-hmm.
time, that's the number one go-to, especially on YouTube. Oh, the mixed, with their struggle hair. Like, who cares? Like, are we gonna write a letter that says, "Dear Black moms," when I see their kids walking around with screwed up hair? Like, who cares?
I
Yeah,
know.
and actually, you know what?
I don't even look
Yeah,
at that. It's weird. I don't even look at that.
People
You
as
know,
color,
it's
people
weird.
of color,
yeah.
women, we all have hair issues. We all have Black women or mixed women. We have hair struggles coming up. We got to figure it out.
I
Well, yeah,
agree.
and actually, I
Yeah,
like I
but
said,
once
I
you get it,
do
you get it.
address
So
Black
Yeah,
moms in that
she
as
did
well.
that
Like I
movie
didn't
with
just address white
that whole
moms; I
letter.
address Black moms too. So just so we're
uh-huh.
clear, I
Yeah, I think
actually
he
said it in
triggered
there.
them
Yeah, I heard
Hmm.
because
you.
they
No,
You
don't
said
I'm
want
more
Asian
so
moms,
a
black
talking
lot of
about
moms,
black
like,
people
Yeah,
I'm more so saying that they
the
use it as a
trolls.
with
weapon
messed
to
up
come
hair
against
too.
us,
Yeah.
the
yeah.
You
struggle
know,
So
there's
hair.
a lot of
Melody,
black people with messed up hair, so you can't just, say
I know.
white moms.
That's why I laugh at it. I'm just like, okay, sure.
But real quick, before we go on, let me read the super chats. Okay,
Yeah.
so Sun is hot raw. Thank you for the super chat. He says,
thank you.
if you're talking about TVA, then just ignore him. Everyone else does. Okay,
Oh,
thank you for
damn.
that.
Okay. And now we got Bronzebird. I know you want us to read this. It was coming. It was started. I promise. So Bronzebird, $5. Thank you very much, sir. And he says,
Thank you.
question. How does Ruby, Gigi, and Multi feel about the theory you are who your father is? Do you guys know what that theory is?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, of
Yeah.
course. The
Yeah.
Israelites,
It's
the
literally a
Israelites
myth.
woman.
It's a myth in the black community.
Mm-hmm.
It
Yeah.
literally
Right.
is. I'm so tired of these myths. I mean, there's so many myths. Just like there's the myth that all light skinned slaves were house slaves, which by the way, that's impossible. But I mean, it's stupid. No, we don't. I don't believe that myth.
My
No.
DNA clearly states that I am mixed. And if you want to be technical, I literally have more European ancestry. So how could that
Yeah,
possibly be true? Like
that's
you're
weird.
just mixed. It doesn't matter who's black or who's white. If you're mixed, you're mixed. That's my opinion.
Yeah,
Right.
I find that absolutely crazy that you could believe that because it's a male dominate a man comes and his father was black, and his father's father was black based on these rules, right? But
Hmm.
technically, each one of those fathers got together with a white woman to produce the child, and so by the time you get to this kid, right, genetically he would be three-quarters white and one quarter black. And you're saying that if he then has a child, that child is still black because the father is black, because his father was black, because his father was black. That's crazy. It's absolutely asinine. We
Yeah.
understand science. We understand DNA. We understand admixture. We understand all of these things. And listen, DNA is not blending. Okay, I think a lot of people think that because you get light skin, brown skin, halfway in between. So we think that it's like, oh, if you put a white person and a black
Hmm.
person together, you're going to get an in between color. That's not exactly how it works. Right.
No.
And this is why, like, if you get a person with brown eyes and a person with blue eyes, you're not going to get a brownie blue muddy mixed eye, right? But
Hmm.
what we can tell for sure, because and they've finished the Human Genome Project now, So a lot of the stuff they thought was just junk DNA is not. Um, but what we know for sure is that, again, we can trace back DNA to different continents and different periods up to tens of thousands of years ago. Um, it is absolutely asinine to dismiss all of that science, and all of that logic and all of that reason, and go back to the times where we used to drill a hole in your head if you had a headache, and used
Mhm.
to say you were a witch or possessed by the devil when you had schizophrenia. I mean, it like you can't just dismiss actual objective knowledge because it makes you feel better inside. That's
And
just
if you
what it
want to be
is.
technical, most biracials, the majority of biracials are majority European because Black people in America already have white admixture.
Mhm.
So even if you have more European ancestry, it doesn't matter. You're still not white. You're
Yeah.
mixed.
Mhm.
Um, Duke said something. He said most slave era biracials were born to white fathers, but they weren't considered white. Exactly, because it used to be we used to go by the mother. So all this stuff is so stupid. White people used to go by the mother, black people go by the father. People in Mexico in today's time they go by the mother. They don't go by the father. I mean, all this stuff is stupid. It's like, dumb human stuff that was just made up, like Ruby said, in a very primitive time. So,
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, that and the fact that though if a white woman produced a black child, that was still a Negro and put in the field to work. Let's not get it twisted. Like somehow, it's just at the end of the day, white women were so horribly terrified of being impregnated by a black man, right? Let's be real. So that's really what it was. And black women didn't really have a choice. So, I think that we need to stop doing that because we would be denying the reality of whoever the parentage was. If that child observably had black DNA, that child was a slave, was a Negro, was three-fifths of a person, and so on, right? That's a one drop rule. That's Jim Crow. That's not logic. That's not reason. That's not science, right? That is
mhm.
justifying to be able to keep a certain dynamic at play that was benefiting a particular part of the population. Um, it benefited them very well for a long time. And now in 2022, we should be over such nonsense. That's how I
Yeah.
feel about that.
I'm
Mm.
dying. I'm dead at the chat. They're like, oh, Melody's a part of the golden sphere now. I think she got jumped in.
Hey, I'll be
She got
part of the
jumped in.
golden
That's what they
sphere.
say.
I don't mind. But listen,
Ladies,
guys,
I do have to go though. I just wanted to thank you both. This conversation was really very fun, and I hope we can do it again soon. I really appreciate you guys
Yes.
allowing
oh,
me
thanks
up
for
on your
coming.
platform. We should definitely do it
Yes.
Thank
again
you for
though. It was
having me
super
up.
fun. Yes.
I
I
really
really
loved
enjoyed
it.
it.
I loved how it was
Can you
not an
guys come
echo
on
chamber.
our
We were
platform?
able to respectfully
Yes.
disagree with each other. That's very rare to come across.
Yes.
So thank you, ladies, for being
Sorry I got a
ladies.
little crunk, but I got a
Of
little
course.
triggered.
Hey, I'm
Right?
so glad you guys stayed and came up, and I had a great time too. I love discussions that aren't not echo chambers. We can just disagree, as you said, respectfully, because we're not
Yes.
confusing disagreement with disrespect. And really talk these issues out. I don't know. I know Melody would agree when I say I would love to come over to your platform and have this discussion over there as well. We'll see how
You
Yes.
guys
Let's
are
how
do
y'all
definitely
chats
it.
welcome
work
in the
out.
golden sphere.
Let's do
Yes,
it.
Yes.
All
welcome.
right. Yeah,
Anytime.
Anytime.
definitely.
Yeah.
Hit that link.
I'm gonna
Y'all
also
don't
come
forget
and
to hit the
Definitely.
support
like.
over there, just like you
Yes.
come and support me. So
Yes.
definitely.
Perfect.
Well,
Yes.
thank
And
you,
well,
beautiful ladies.
thank
Thank
you so much
you.
for coming.
Bye.
Thanks for
All
coming,
right.
Bye.
Melody.
Bye,
Have a great
chat.
night.
Bye bye.
Okay, good
You too.
All
night.
right.
Good night,
Thank
Melody.
you.
Take
Bye
care.
bye.
Bye, love. Okay,
All right.
Ruby, do
You
you
want to
have
put
a
the,
few more minutes or do you have to
yeah,
go?
I
Because
would
I want
say,
to open a panel.
yeah, I think we should open the panel.
Let's do
You know
it.
what I was thinking, Melody? I think you
What's that?
should speak into one account and have the other one open for you to be able to hear whichever, because I'm like, honestly, it is so hard to hear you. I know like it must
Oh
be
my
so frustrating for
God.
you.
It is. You can't hear me at all that good?
I mean, I can hear you, right? But I also am like heavily, listening to very quiet you. I just don't want you to get lost in the stream here. So maybe you could try testing, some stuff out, but drop the link and then we'll get people up here and then, maybe you could
Okay.
play around with the other phone again. Maybe it'll work, hopefully.
Yeah, this is so tacky. I can't wait to get my laptop.
Right? Hashtag support Melody getting your new phone and laptop because man, this girl's
Yes.
technology needs
Oh my
work.
God. Well, I'm getting my new phone tomorrow, so let me try.
Well, I'm actually really happy. So I think that, interestingly enough, I think that these two topics of both the OnlyFans girls and guys, and the Golden Sphere ladies, I think that this went really well. The whole who's really winning and who's not, and I think that it's interesting to address misconceptions because you have all these misconceptions. While say predominantly, dark skinned women, that light skinned women just be winning. They don't have problems. They
Yeah.
don't have stresses. They don't have colorism. They don't have any of that.
Nada.
They're fine, right? They live this golden life. And then on the other side, you've got, this space that talks a lot about the OnlyFans chicks and how they're basically bottom of the barrel. But if you
Hmm.
look at where they're living, I would say that they're coming up. I'm coming up, so you better get their bodies. Seriously, they live in life.
Right?
They're financially doing better than me. I'm just saying. So like,
Man. So, wait, hold
yeah.
on. You guys, make sure you hit the link. I want you guys to come up and speak your mind on tonight's show. Let us know what you think.
hmm
Hit the
Yeah,
link.
absolutely. Including people from the Golden Sphere. Y'all don't have to run away, okay? Because y'all's representation left on the panel. Y'all will still be able to come up, speak your piece on the panel. Either way, we want to agree or disagree respectfully. We don't let the disrespect be happening over here on the panel because we actually really want to hear people's opinions. We really want to give you guys the opinion, and we want to have the option as well to be able to really just talk these issues out to the end. You can't get to the end with disrespect, right? So hopefully y'all
Exactly.
come up.
Um,
Hopefully it's not too late for y'all. I know it is late. It is late though.
it is
Uh,
pretty late,
hmm
I'm gonna give it.
Unfortunately.
Let's give them a few minutes to hit the link. If not, maybe we should shut it down.
Well, you know what? What I wanted to do, I actually have this woman. Right? It's a video. Maybe we could watch this video. It's like 3 minutes long.
Hmm.
Um, Honestly, I screened it so long ago I can't remember on a scale of 1 to 10 how much cussing is in it, which is my only issue with it. Um, but basically, I'll tell you what the title says. The title says, "Does she have a point?" Chick backs women who sell the coochie because men ain't ish,
Mm.
and says men are no longer genuine and can't provide for a good woman.
Oh wow.
So yeah, I had that sitting in my pocket for a good while. So I might actually address that on my channel as well. But okay, we got someone to come up, so maybe we'll save the play for that video for another day. But I had that in my pocket just in case, because we talked about OnlyFans today. So
Yeah, we can do it on Tuesday if you want. But we have
all
Mr.
right,
Know It All. Hi,
all
Mr. Know It
right.
All.
What's up?
Hey, what's going on?
Good
I
evening.
gotta be honest. I'm not. I don't. I'm not sure I was fully paying attention to the stream because there was a fierce debate going on in the chat that I was a part of. So
Mm-hmm.
I was going to talk about what we were talking about in the chat. I don't even know to what degree you discussed it with those women that were up here.
Okay.
Okay.
Um. So some of us were debating the extent to which mixed people are embraced by the Black community versus the other communities they're mixed with. And my argument was that even if there's contention between mixed people and the quote unquote fully Black people, that the Black
Mhm.
people still embrace them more than the other groups. And my
Mm.
evidence for this was Hollywood. How many times have you seen a mixed person play a role of a fully Black individual?
Good
And
point.
I was talking about the Huxtables, those Huxtable children. Those are mixed kids playing black children.
Yeah, except for
Those are
Rudy
the
and Theo.
yeah, not Rudy and
There's
Theo, but the
Vanessa.
two oldest sisters.
Yeah,
The other ones, Denise. What's her name? Denise.
yeah.
Yeah, Denise,
Denise,
Sasha, or what was Sandra?
Sandra. Yeah.
Sandra. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hmm.
to two dark skinned parents, right?
Mhm.
Hmm.
And yet I asked them, give me an example of when a mixed person played a role that was to be white.
Never. Oh, The Rock. Didn't The Rock? The Rock plays white people all the time.
Yeah, I've seen some.
Like what?
Vin Diesel. What's his name? Vin Diesel.
Yeah, Vin Diesel. There's a I don't know the
Well,
girl's name, but
what roles do they play that you know they're intended to be white and not just a mixed guy playing a part?
No,
Like,
all the
do
movies.
you see a mixed character with two white parents and they don't try to the show doesn't try to explain it?
yeah, The Secret Life of the American Teenager. It was one of the daughters to two white parents. I know she had a sister, and she's actually like 40% black. Like the actress is 40% black, but she's
So
very, very fair skinned, and has the type 3 to type 2 hair and whatever,
yeah,
and so she played a white girl.
the Rashida Jones, they're white passing. Like you don't know that they're black in real life. Like
Hmm.
everyone looks at what's her name? The one who played Denise, her real name.
Lisa Bonet.
Yeah, Lisa Bonet. Everyone knows Lisa Bonet's mixed. They
I
can
Mhm.
tell
didn't.
just by looking at her.
I did. You
I
can
didn't
tell by
growing up
looking at
because
her.
she was my skin tone. I was that light skinned when I was younger, and I had two black parents, right? Dark skinned and a brown skinned parent. So for me, I thought she was black. I had no idea she was biracial.
Well, what I'm saying is, you know
Hmm.
that she's at least part black, maybe not, maybe, and she's playing a black role. Nobody really scoffed at it. Now, there are some roles. I was asking these people in the chat to name some. They didn't really name any. I had some in my head. I forget the actors' names, but I remember that show Prison Break. The main actor on that
Oh,
show, he's actually part black, but he looks 100% white.
yeah. I know you're talking
Instances
about.
like that, it's like you can't look a little bit white if you're going to play the white role, or a little bit black if you're going to play the white role.
Right. But I
Whereas
think the problem is,
you can look part white and play a black role.
but Mr. Noel, I think the problem is that again, you take myself, who's 80% black, right? And you take a chick who's maybe genetically 20% black, and phenotypically we might look the same. So the problem is when we're talking about blackness, especially when we're talking about blackness in a population of descendants of slavery, where we have a portion of us that's always going to have some type of admixture. We're not 100% African, right? Is that there's so much variation to our skin tones and to our phenotypes that um, there can oftentimes not be any significant difference between a person who has two black parents and a person who is has a white parent and a black parent, or an Asian parent and a black parent, right? And I think that that is where we get into an issue about identity and belonging, because I was rejected my whole life by the black community and questioned and which one of my parents is white and told I was a liar and my mom slept with the mailman and all kinds of crap my whole life. When I first came out of my dad's family saying my mom must have slept with the mailman, right? Because I came out so light. Despite the fact that so many of them on that side are very light. My aunt is lighter than me now. Like, as she got older, she didn't get any darker. I did. But yet you'll
But
get this rejection game
are you sure
from
it's not
black.
because of how you look though? Because
It's literally because of how I look.
In
But that's what I'm
America,
saying.
but I'm saying in America, you can even have fully black people who grow up in a predominantly white environment, and people will question their blackness as well.
That's what I'm
And
saying, though. I'm fully black. I'm just as fully black as every other descendant of slavery is fully black, right? Because again, we all have admixture because of travesties that happened during slavery. And that's my point. I'm fully black, right? But a biracial person, I know biracial people who look blacker than me. My friend's daughter, who has one descendant of slavery parent, and a white parent looks blacker than I do, right? And so that I think is the reason why it's slightly different. Whereas in white people don't have that variation. Irish people are all light with the blue eyes and the blonde hair, and Scottish people have the ruddy tone and the red beards and the red hair, right? Like you look at these European cultures and whatever, or even African cultures, and they all look the same, but descendants of slavery don't all look the same.
But
So
that's exactly my point, is that all
right,
those various looks are included in black.
yeah, but that's because all those various looks are produced by the same black people, is what I'm
Yeah.
saying. But so two black people can produce a look that is also produced by a black person and a white person getting together. And that's the problem when you're talking about
Which is
descendant of
why,
slavery populations.
but that's why the half black, half white person is going to be embraced in society as black and not white.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That,
Exactly.
that's what I'm saying. So, you know, like I said, I'm talking about what we were talking about in the chat. So I don't know exactly if you guys talked about this with those women, but when people talk about, black people accept white, yeah, there's some contentiousness there, but you're still embraced as black more than you are as white.
Hold on, I want to address this really quick. So JT Hallstrom says, Ruby doesn't look racially ambiguous to me. Now, here's the interesting thing. I hear that a lot for two reasons. A, since my hair went natural, I hear that more. But more importantly, I hear that a lot online from Black Americans. But that's because Black America's racial admixture, right? What we see kind of flowing into Black America, there's more variation to certain phenotypic traits than there are in Jamaica and the other islands. So to Jamaicans, I I must be white. That's how they literally they could not see it. There are certain features that Jamaicans, the majority of Jamaicans have. Very wide noses, right? Very thick lips. Not these long round faces. And so when they looked at me, right, because I varied so much from what they know as blackness, um, these are white features to them, right? Whereas in
Or are
in
you a white woman?
America, yeah, whereas in America, I actually see more black women, even dark skinned and whatever. I see more black women who actually have similar features to me, a similar face shape, similar nose, similar lips. I actually see that more in American women than I do in Jamaican women. So I think that is why I would have had that experience. Maybe I would have been not seen as so ambiguous if I had been born and raised in America.
You're ambiguous, but you're unambiguously non-white, is what I'm saying. People are like, what are you? But they're never like, you're white. You're straight up white.
No, they ask which one of my parents is white.
Yeah.
Right? They
They
don't. They
always
don't.
assume
One's black. Yeah,
you're not white though.
yeah. One
Yeah.
has to be black for sure. But my sister, who has a white mother, she is regularly assumed to be white. In fact, all my cousins are. So much so, one of my cousins, who's only a few years younger than me, she's so white looking. She looks so much like her white mother. Very, very narrow, straight, sharp nose, like typical Anglo nose, right? Blue eyes. She has really curly hair, but it's still silky and whatever. Very, very pale, fair skin. And she looks so white that I remember my uncle, my black uncle, right, went to go visit her at school and said she had told her classmates she's biracial, right? She's half black, half white. And she introduced my uncle and whatever. And after my uncle had left, they said to her, just because a black man married into your family doesn't make you half black. She's like, my dad's black, right? And oh, really, Hawk, we haven't seen your black dad. Well, because he died when she was like 8, right? But the point is that doesn't change her DNA. But she looked so white to them, right? They could not accept the fact that she had any black DNA at all. And that's actually
But
the majority of my cousins
do
and
you
my
see
sister.
do you see what you're saying though? The only way she can be considered white is if she does not look at all black.
But that's the whole point.
Whereas in the
The whole
black
point is about
community,
phenotype.
you can look like you're not all black and still be considered black.
right, in the Black American community, in
That's
the
the point I was making.
right. So, but what I'm saying, right, is that that's because of what our genetic makeup is, right, in these descendant of slavery communities. Whereas, and if you go to somewhere in Africa that doesn't have all that admixture up in it, right, then you could not look like you have a drop of white in you, and they're going to be like, yeah, you must be fully Black. They wouldn't do
No, no,
that,
no, no, no,
right?
no, no. I'm not saying that black people see mixed people as fully black, but they do embrace them as part of the community. When we talk about like Frederick Douglass, no one's like, well, he wasn't a black hero because he was mixed. Malcolm X
Mhm.
wasn't a black hero because he was mixed. Nobody says that. They embrace Malcolm X as being black. They embrace Frederick Douglass as being black.
Well, I've heard people say
So
that about Malcolm X personally, but
you said what?
I've heard people say that about Malcolm X in this space. So
Because they're,
I
they're
have.
they're trying to they're trying to create a thing rather than embrace the way it's traditionally seen. People don't typically see Malcolm X as a white guy. Even if
Well,
they
yeah,
consider him mixed. Even if they consider him mixed, I've never heard anyone say he's white. He's
right.
never been mixed enough to be white, but he is mixed enough to be black.
Okay, I think here's the thing. This is what I'm saying, right? So when you're talking about Arab populations, you're talking about different populations around the world. A bunch of those populations have Black as some percentage of their actual genetic makeup, right? But it's a constant that's spread across the population, and now when those people mate with each other, they make kids who all look similar, right? Now, the reason why I'm bringing that up is to say this: the thing that we have as a community, as a Black community, is that a bunch of admixture has been added into our community over 400 years of slavery, which only really just ended. I mean, the hardest times of it only just ended maybe about 50, 60 years ago. Um, and we have not had a chance to have a whole bunch of traits kind of blend and then spread across our population until we look more uniform. We are not more uniform in genetics. As group membership to the Black descendant of slavery community, having genetic unity is not an identifying factor. We don't have that. We really don't. I mean, most of us don't know genetically where do we hail from in Africa, other than someone telling you, well, the majority of slaves who had that kind of nose or had that kind of hair, they originally came from here in Africa. But other than that, a lot of us don't really know, right? And so because of that, because we don't have that genetic unity the way other groups have had time over hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years to develop and have spread across the population until you kind of all look sameness, right? That's why Vietnamese and Koreans and Chinese, they all have a lot of similar characteristics and features, right? And to the point where some of us can't tell a bunch of them apart from one another, but they can tell each other apart, right? Because there's so much unity in the genetics that the littlest thing makes them look super different to one another, right? We don't have that. White people have that, right? Because most white people, whether you're talking about the Irish, the Scottish, the Italians, or whatever, they have that to a large extent. And even the variation that they have tends to be with other European countries, not with anything outside of European countries. And so that's why I'm saying that is why we have that acceptance that's different, because we don't have homogeneity in our DNA in general as a group. So to have group belonging, you can't look at someone and say, you don't have these phenotypic traits that say that you probably have the same genes as me, so therefore you're not part of my group. We can't do that. Oftentimes siblings don't look anything alike, even when they have the same parents sometimes, right? And that's why it is that we are going to accept someone who might have a white parent or an unknown parent of unknown origin or whatever it is. That's why, because in and of itself, we don't have that same level of we all look the same anyway. So, like we don't.
You've just explained the why behind why I said what I said.
Yeah.
You and me agree then.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, even though
Yeah.
there's feud between the light skin and dark skins, the dark skinned people are still embracing the light skin more than the white people.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
can I just say something? You know, 'cause I gotta.
Yes, and hi,
Hi,
Nas.
Nas.
Oh, good. What's good? How y'all doing?
Good.
Good,
Thanks
good.
for
How are
coming
you?
in. How are you?
Just chilling. You know, I'm about to head to work in a minute, but I just kind of like wanted to uh touch on what I've noticed. 'Cause I've been following a little bit like you know the golden sphere, multiracial mixed spaces for a little bit. And one thing I noticed is kind of like what Ruby said, as far as uh black, the whole black Hispanic, the intersection between like culture and race. Because you had said something along, some quote unquote black or Hispanics don't consider themselves black, because they're, culturally Hispanic. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, you know,
Yeah.
it's kind of like you can kind of like draw an intersection with that, but as far as the biracials, 'cause, I mean, I'm sure, I know the young ladies was talking about themselves as just being biracial, but some biracials would, I think some or most, or I don't know what type of numbers, some of them say they're black, you know what I'm saying? And I think, even back then when they were more like white passing, they would consider themselves white and stuff like that. So it's kind of like I'm trying to draw an intersection between the black Hispanics and the biracial plight, because I do think that it's kind of like similar in a way, because the black Hispanics, their image, in my opinion, is kind of like marginalized, in terms of like, in terms of leadership roles, um and advertisement and things of that nature. Like I even like follow, like, I follow myself, I follow like boxing. I usually don't see, um like, as far like specifically like black Cubans, I'm gonna say, blacker Cubans, they usually are used more so to mule as like fighters and stuff like that. I usually see like just straight up black Cubans as just being boxers, or revolutionary combatants, instead of the leaders that, or the strategists or whatever like that, or the people that were controlling casinos, stuff like that. I just be seeing patterns, because I seen even in the chat, they're trying to talk about, people like Malcolm X, and the formation of the Nation of Islam, and they're trying to push this trope, on terms of like, I think, darker people can't lead themselves. They always need somebody that's lighter skinned to lead them. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of like my main critique on certain people within those spaces. They're um trying to engineer a narrative. Not all. I'm not even talking about Pacific, but I think multiracial movement and Golden Goddess are cool. But this is just Pacific extremists that'll try to engineer a narrative to say that lighter skinned people uh, are basically the brains, and darker skinned people are just the dumb, athletic, you know wild beast type creatures. So I don't want to be long winded, but do you get what I'm coming from?
Yeah. I get what you're saying. And I mean, I think to some extent here's the problem. I'm gonna say something that might not be popular with certain folks, but listen, they've done even in let's say intelligence testing, for example, right? So when you have those standardized SAT type tests and whatever, there's always going to be bias in the test no matter how hard you try. And the reason why is because based on your ethnicity, literally, whether you're good in certain things or not or whatever, you're actually naturally predisposed to be able to answer certain types of questions better. And I was actually sitting in my psychometrics class, where that's the psychology class where they teach you how psychologists make and administer these tests. And I was like, there's two black people in the whole class, me and this other chick, and then everyone else was white and Asian. And she admitted she showed some of the tests, and I'm an amazing test taker. Like I test incredibly well. I have a high IQ, whatever. And yet the tests that the questions that were meant for black people in essence to always fail, I failed. I'm so good at taking tests. I was so confused. And it was crazy because then she did the ones that black people answer well. And I got every single one of them right. And I didn't know what the answer was. I didn't know. I don't really know anything. I'm not like a dancer or something. And all of the questions, for example, were about movement. We have an inherent, people who have a black ethnicity in general have an inherent knowledge and understanding of movement and of rhythm that other ethnicities do not have. And it's natural, it's inherent. You don't even have to take part of it. You might think that you have two left feet and you like black man can't jump when it comes to me, and yet you will still answer those questions intuitively, naturally better. Um, so now on one side, right, we naturally are better in certain different areas. I think my issue comes down to we demonize those areas that were better. We demonize where, for example, singing or dancing or being funny in a crowd or how we hype up a crowd. We demonize those things. We look down and then we go, oh, that's just some Negro stuff. And oh, that's so embarrassing. Oh, why can't y'all act right? Why can't y'all act like some other group? Some other group is doing it better than you. And I've heard friends of mine say that when they were in university, they walk by the black study room and they're in there and they're rapping and dancing. And he was so humiliated. Like, oh, why can't you just act like the nice, quiet Asian group over there studying quietly? And it was really humiliating for him. And I was like, I don't find it embarrassing. I really proud of us actually for our natural inherent abilities and skills and whatever. It's just, we shouldn't limit ourselves to thinking we are only about those things, right? Just because we have natural physical knowledge and abilities doesn't mean that we don't also have other skills and abilities that we can't, work on and embrace and whatever. And I think for me, the biggest issue comes down to the fact that we allow ourselves to be reduced to you're basically a monkey to shoot balls in a basket, or you're just basically a dancing monkey to twerk or whatever, and we just reduce ourselves and we allow ourselves to be reduced to the one thing. And it's like, no, we should
Right.
embrace these things. We should be proud of those things, but we should not allow ourselves to be reduced to only that thing. So
Yeah, absolutely. And
mhm,
it's not even just them, it's, I just seen that narrative specifically, but that narrative is universal, the whole, the lighter you are, the smarter you are, and the
mhm,
are the more
Well,
pain you take, like they, because I just see it everywhere, now in terms of just historically, they try to say like, the darker you are, the more pain, and, the more pain you can take and stuff like that. You become like a pain sponge. I guess you can say, what I'm
mhm,
saying? Whereas, it's kind of like that, slave Negro, house Negro type of thing. But I'm telling you, like, that stuff is universal. What I'm saying, in terms of that propaganda. It's yeah, it's crazy. It's no
uh,
different than the Nazis though. It's no different than Nazi ideology.
yeah, I mean, that's what we do, though. It's a justification, right? I mean, in essence, I mean, that's how they justified Tuskegee for. I didn't even realize how long Tuskegee went on for. I honestly didn't. I didn't realize it went on to like basically my lifetime. I did not know that. I really thought it was something that started was horrible, was tragedy, and ended, decades before I was born. I didn't realize how long they allowed it to continue and how many agencies and how all encompassing across the country it really was. I did not understand. But some of the justifications they used were these same justifications that they have been using for centuries in these countries to justify slavery. and working us like animals and whipping us like animals and treating us brutally and so on and so forth, right? Because yeah, well, they have a lower pain threshold. They're like animals, right? It's the same justification we use to treat animals poorly and act like horses like being kicked in the stomach to go, right? Like
Right.
we justify it, and they did the same thing. They reduced us to human cattle, human livestock, and then made us only 3/5 of the person. So we're still only 3/5 of the kind of sentient being that humans are. And so even though it's okay, we've come past that technically, not understanding. There's a technical understanding. We're all humans. I think some of those justifications still remain, right? The Negro needs our help. They would just be wild savages if we didn't civilize them. So the least they could do is work for their dinner, right? Like there's some justifications you've heard, I'm sure. People, if you missed it, I don't know how. But that's how people sleep well at night, right? Is they tell themselves a bunch of bull that makes what they're doing okay, even when it's entirely unjustified.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better.
Um, at,
Mm-hmm.
well, I just wanted to say hi to everyone here, the first thing. And
Hi.
secondly, I wanted to respond to what the young lady, not the young lady who was just speaking, but the young lady previously who was speaking was saying. Um, I'm speaking as a biracial man, as a white black
Mm-hmm.
biracial man, but as a biracial man. I
Okay.
think her justification seemed to me to have, I think her argument is flawed. Not just that it's flawed, it's also just simply not, doesn't stand up in the light of reality. And the reality, uh, not only basic reality, but also global reality. And that
Mm-hmm.
is that here's what I've noticed. I have to say, even though I'm like, as a biracial person, when I first got on biracial groups, I was quite surprised, and I have to admit I did not know this. I was quite surprised that there were African Americans who saw black, white, or black other biracials as black. That was something I did not, obviously, not only didn't know growing up, but obviously wasn't aware of until I was much older as a person, much older as an adult, really.
Mm-hmm.
And at first, I really didn't understand why this was the case. It just didn't make any logical sense because I grew up in a multiracial, multi-ethnic environment. And I was someone, as I tell my colleagues, meaning other biracial people, I tell them I was biracial and that was that. It's just the way it was when I was growing up. There was no way around it. Just you were mixed, that was it. But what I didn't understand that I feel is the case now. My understanding of it is this. Here's how I see it. I think that African Americans often see biracial people, one, because of history, as black, one, because of history. What people don't understand is that as mixed race people, meaning black, white, or white, black, biracial people, we have a specific history in this country. Back in the 19th century, we were a different, we were a people of sorts. For example, I hate to use this term. I hate this name, but I'll use it anyway. We were classified as mulatto by the U.S. Census, thus a
Mm-hmm.
separate category. We had
Mm-hmm.
our own institutions. We had our own organizations. We had our own society, like the Brown Society, uh, and even our own community, basically communities in places like Charleston, South Carolina, and New Orleans, Louisiana. We were a people that looked out for ourselves. We were, in essence, a community. We had communities, but that was taken from us. It was stripped from us because of Plessy v. Ferguson, the Supreme Court decision in the late 19th century, and because of separate but equal, and the imposition, the iron-fisted imposition of the one-drop rule. our status, our sense of ourselves, our very being as a people were robbed from us legally, socially, probably politically and economically as well. And so for a number of people, they only had certain options. The option was to be subsumed under the banner of African American, it wasn't called that at the time, but African American, or depending on how you looked, to pass as a white person, if you could do that. But those were the options that were laid for people like us, depending on what we looked like and depending on what we were. And so what our very identity was taken from us. We weren't allowed to be who we were because of the Supreme Court decision, because of segregation, because of the laws of this country. And so what that did, I think, was it complicated things in African American communities, because now you have individuals that, according to one book, the title of one book, were light, bright, and damn near white. You had these individuals. And so that is why certain, how would I put it? That's why you had things like the Blue Vein Society, for example. That's why you had essentially HBCUs. Essentially, HBCUs were set up to service biracial people, or at the very least mixed race people, because you had to send in a picture of yourself if you applied to an HBCU decades ago. You know, even within African American communities, biracial people or others, and it could have also been the so-called light-skinned people, which is a whole separate phenomenon, because that gets into multi-generational mix. That's a whole other area. But our identity was taken from us. And so we were subsumed in another community. And so we had to kind of build aspects within that community ourselves. But one of the things that I realized over the years of being on mixed race groups and talking to my colleagues, meaning other biracial people, I realized that African Americans were essentially conditioned and are conditioned and socialized to often see biracial people as black. And so I understand it in a way. At the beginning, I thought, this doesn't make sense. I mean, how could they not understand that these are mixed race people and they're different and they're not black? But I realized after what's occurred historically and what has occurred within communities, that a lot of black people are conditioned and socialized to see biracials as black people. But it's a catch-22, because they also have eyes and ears and they can see that they're not black. And so that's where the conflicts come. That's what you're seeing now. You're seeing a backlash against mixed race people in these communities, because people are tired of feeling like, hey, how come this mixed race person is playing this role in a movie? How come this mixed race person has got this job in this corporation? How come this mixed race person is receiving this amount of money, this postgraduate scholarship or whatever? Now you're seeing more and more and more of a backlash. And this comes from the unfortunate historical confusion and, I think, dilution within that community. See, unlike in other countries and other nations have not only names for mixed race people, they understand that mixed race people are different. You go to Brazil, they're the Pardo. You go to Canada and you have the mixed Native and European population, the Métis. You go to South Africa, it's the color.
Whoa. You cannot talk about a demographic of humans that was created centuries ago and then homogenized as one collective culture, just like every culture out there, whether they be the different Arab cultures, different Asian cultures, whatever, like the Métis, and then say, well, like, can Canada? No, because Canada, when you have two people who to get together and have a child, right? Um, so you could take someone. Sorry, what were the two populations that made them Métis? You just said the Europeans and who?
To my knowledge, the native populations.
Okay, cool. So if a European person and a native person got together today and created a child, that child would not now be part of the Métis population. Okay, that's not the way that would work, because other than your genetic heritage and lineage, you have culture, and your culture, who what you were born into, all of the different traditions and practices, everything, religion, belief systems, the different stages that to become a child, adult, and parents, and all those things, that's all very significant. So, it's not about the fact that, well, when these two races come together now and create a child today, they would then now be part of the Métis. That's not how that would work. That's already a population unto themselves. And so the only people who are making new Métis people are the Métis. And here's the thing on top of that is that if someone who lived in one of the reservations, who was from that particular native demographic, had a child with someone who was outside of that native demographic, and raised that child in the reservation, they would actually still be considered a Métis. And in fact, in Canada, when we're talking about the native populations, all you need is some proof at all that you have any genetic tie or any genetic lineage whatsoever, to any of the native populations, and you get the card that says that you don't have to pay taxes and whatever, because you're part of this protected population, of Aboriginals. And so it actually gives you basically automatic membership. And as long as some living member of your family, no matter how much other mix-up you have inside of you, still lives on the reservation, you can go live there too. So that's not actually how it works. In fact, these populations work very similarly to the way black populations do.
Actually, that has nothing to do with what I mentioned. I just cited that as example of mixed race populations, a name for them, and mixed race population. The larger point that I'm making is that the problem what I see in regards to biracial people in vis-a-vis in relation to African American communities is that you have a population that at one point had its own identity, was a people with institutions and organizations, and a people that had a knowledge of who they are. And that got to a great extent eradicated because of changes in the law. What occurred, obviously, this was after the Civil War, but changes in the law, changes in society, and changes to what they could be within that society. And so when what it has done is it's confused the African American community. Because if you can't just go and say that people who look one way and have a parent of another race are the same as people who have parents of the same race. It makes absolutely no sense.
But let me ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So
yeah, go ahead.
You said you're mixed race heritage. So what are your two ethnicities? Two or multiple
I already said
ethnicities. What are they? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Well, I said that I was black, white, biracial.
Yeah, but no, white is not really an ethnicity or a heritage.
Well, I'm using that as a shorthand. I'm not going into everything specifically that I am.
Would you mind?
Let's just say that I am of African heritage. Let's just say broadly that I'm of African heritage. I'm of European heritage, and I have some degree of native heritage. How much I do not know.
Okay, so I'm gonna explain to you why it is that you leaving it at that. In and of itself would not really allow for you personally to like respond to what I'm about to say. So my sister, for example, is half Jamaican, and half Maltese. Now, obviously, because the side of her that's Jamaican, it's descendant of slavery, there's an admixture there. Culturally, right? She's half Jamaican and half Maltese. Her mom is Maltese, right? Her dad is Jamaican. I have another cousin who is half French and half Jamaican. I have another cousin who is part French, part Scottish, part Irish, and then the other half Jamaican. Okay. Now, here's the thing. If you were to take all three of these people, just in my own family, the thing that they all have in common is Jamaican, right? The white side of them, right? Each one of their parents actually is still connected to their ethnicity and to the culture attached to that ethnicity. So it's not just a societal construct that are attached to like whiteness. They're attached to Maltese culture, right? Irish culture, Scottish culture, French culture, right? And so what you then have is these three different people who have two cultural identities, and when they look at each other, they don't look at each other as the same. The thing that they look at each other and see as the same is that they all identify as Jamaican. They have that in common. But because the white side of them is a radically different ethnicity, they would not, if we were talking about a new class of people, right, they would not consider themselves all three part of the same class, or cultural designation, because in and of itself, their half and half mix, right, is radically different, which means the culture and practices and traditions and belief systems and so on and so forth that are going to go into that are all going to be different. Now, all the people who are half French and half Jamaican have a lot in common. People who are half Jamaican and half Italian going to have a lot in common, and so on, right? And so, if you were to look at that as being, well, they're a separate people, okay, well that would make sense. But to say that whiteness, which in and of itself is not actually an ethnicity or an identity, it's just a social construct, literally mostly reserved for this continent, but whatever. But that they're half whiteness and half blackness, or half otherness and half blackness, would then therefore put them into the, biracial class of people, and that biracial class of people would want to be grouped together just because they are biracial, regardless of the actual ethnicities and cultures that they are attached to and practice and that are important to them. I think that's equally as flawed as saying, well, I think you should dismiss half of your parents' tradition, cultures, beliefs, heritages, and whatever. Like I don't think that what you're speaking about is truly what the issue is, and I don't think reconnecting to that is really going to resolve the issue. And that's why, because in
Well,
and of
first
itself,
off,
when you're talking about mixed race people, in a context like this, where it's a melting pot or a multicultural type of society, you have so many different possible mixes of races, and so many different possible levels of connection to one or multiple cultures and traditions and whatever sets of traditions and whatnot, that in and of itself, that's not actually creating a new class or a new subset of culture. It's not really, because they're not sharing language, they're not sharing foods, they're not sharing religions, they're not sharing other traditional beliefs and practices and whatever, like just because they're only half black, right? That's not what it is, because the other half can be one of how many hundreds and hundreds of countries around the world,
well,
which matters to
what
some
you're
people outside of just
saying,
European.
well, what you're saying is an argument that's used against mixed race people and biracial people constantly. That is, it is basically what I would call it is the cultural ethnic straw man argument. What it is basically is saying, well, you cannot be a mixed race person. You cannot be biracial because there is no such thing as a biracial person, because biracial people have aren't a specific and have no specific culture. Well, in the case of the colored in South Africa, in essence, this is a community that essentially has de facto culture for itself. This is a community that essentially has a de facto culture.
Right, but
Yes,
also
So
but
the
respectfully,
point
that's what
about
you're
being
saying.
the point
That's
about
not what I'm
being
saying. That's what you're
biracial
saying.
is not tied to a so-called new. It's also not new. As I mentioned before about the history of mixed race people in this country, mixed race people are not new. Biracial people are not new. There are people that had their own institutions and organizations. They had their own identity in this country. So it's not a new class of people. It is not something that is just born from the term biracial or born from coming back to the census in 2000. We're talking about an identity that has existed for decades, but was dispossessed of mixed race people. So we're not talking about anything new here. Again, the argument that you're using is you're
No, I'm
trying to
not.
use culture and ethnicity as a weapon,
But I'm
and
not
it's
though.
a matter
Actually,
of,
that's what
and
you're
this is
doing,
a
sir. What you're
typical
doing? No, no, no. I'm.
this
But
is a
I'm not.
typical
You've obviously
argument against
misunderstood me then.
mixed race
No, sir.
people.
You've
It's a
obviously then
way to
misunderstood me.
eradicate mixed
No,
race
sir.
people.
You've obviously
No, I
misunderstood me
understood
because,
you
as I
precisely.
literally
No,
said
I
on more
understood you
than one
precisely. I
occasion
understood you
tonight,
precisely.
on more than one occasion
No,
tonight,
I
sir,
understood
I
you
have said,
precisely.
on more than one occasion tonight, sir, I have literally said my sister is biracial. I didn't say she was black.
No,
I didn't
that's
say
good
she. I
for
said she's
her. I don't see
biracial.
what
My
that has
cousin,
nothing to do
sir,
with my point.
sir, again, you know what? At the end of the day, it absolutely does. Because what you would like to do, because I disagree with you, is try to box me into a group of people who are saying that mixed race people must identify as black or as white or as some other already established culture. And that's not what I said at all. What I did say,
And that's not
however,
what I
though,
stated either. I
and
didn't
what
state
I
that.
did say,
I noticed
however,
that your
and so what I did say is that what we need to do, instead of trying to boil it down and reduce it further and dismiss things like culture, tradition, religion, beliefs, and practices, and just make a mulatto class or a biracial class, which still is doing the exact same thing to biracial people, whereby it is still being hella dismissive of their direct connection to both parents and both parents' religions, beliefs, cultures, traditions, and practices, and etc. Okay. And what we need to do instead is recognize that people's individual identities are directly connected to their connection to their parents and their parents' heritage and to the cultural transmission and the constant practices that they are being modeled, right, from both parents. And so it is wrong to dismiss or to overgeneralize either of those things unless the individual chooses to identify that way because of their own personal direct experiences. So what I am actually in essence saying, sir, respectfully again, is that you want me to be saying that mixed race people don't deserve a separate identity or mixed race people must identify as black or whatever. I've never once said that in this discussion whatsoever. And in fact, even just from my own personal beliefs set up in systems, which is different than Gigi and Multi and obviously yours, that wouldn't work at all because it doesn't logically make sense to me. However, I don't think that the solution is to try to create another class because in and of itself, that class is still going to be heavily dismissive of the majority. who actually are attached to multiple heritages and multiple cultures and multiple beliefs. And ultimately, in this day and age, that's hundreds of thousands, millions maybe of possible combinations.
If I could say something to Al real quick.
I get your point, Ruby.
So
Thank you.
you say that it seems like you're disappointed that you've lost this mulatto identity, but you should thank your lucky stars that the black community embraced you, because it wasn't us that stripped that identity of you. It was the white people. They were the ones who didn't want to include you in their group. You should be glad that the black people included you in their group. This whole classification he's attached to, mulatto, quadroon, octoroon, these were just different names that the white people gave to reject you. Mulatto meaning mule. They're the horses. Black people are the donkeys. It's not an identity you should necessarily be proud to claim. And it sounded like, I don't know why he left. I wanted to ask him this question. It sounded like he kind of, okay, he's back. It sounds like you kind of are disappointed in the fact.
Well, first,
you had to
well, first of all, I didn't leave. I got kicked off.
Okay. Okay.
The only person who could have kicked you off is me, and I didn't kick you off, sir. So you left. I saw you in the back.
No, I think it was StreamYard. I think it was StreamYard or something.
Okay.
Right. I think it was StreamYard or something. I think something technical. I don't know what it was.
I was just saying I didn't kick you, and I want to make that clear. I wouldn't do that.
Did you hear what I said though?
Oh, okay.
When you were off.
No, I just came up.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I was saying is, you seem to be upset that mixed people were stripped of this identity, but you don't seem to recognize that it's not the black people who stripped you of it. It's the black people who gave you a place to go when you were stripped of it. The white people are the ones who rejected you.
Well, first of all, what I noted was,
yo, man, let me just speak, man. Y'all been speaking for a while. Let me just say the whole thing. This category you're attached to of being mixed, these titles that you were given, mulatto, quadroon, octoroon, these were titles to let the white community know just how much they're rejecting you. It was them who said, if you're 1/16 black, you're not one of us. Facts. It's not the black people who said that. Your institutions that you were stripped of, it's them that stripped you of it. And it seems like you kind of regret the fact that you weren't able to leave black people behind, even though black people didn't leave you behind when they could have. You should be glad
first of all,
that you were included in the
black community. First of all, what I noted earlier, so let's look at what was stated as opposed to what wasn't. Because what the problem is, the arguments being used, as I mentioned previously, have nothing to do with what I stated and what was stated in terms of actual rational, logical argumentation. First and foremost, I stated early on that historically, biracial people were stripped of their identity. They were stripped by the law. None of that had anything to do with African Americans. My point about African Americans was that because of this, because their identity, meaning biracial people's identity, was taken from them, they were forced to be amalgamated in the communities. And my point about African Americans in terms of how they look at biracial people, and my conclusion is, because of this historical problem, which I have no problem saying, yes, it had nothing to do with them per se. But what I'm saying is, a lot of African American people have been conditioned and socialized to see biracial people as black. And that's the problem.
That's a good thing.
It's a problem for their community because they've been conditioned and socialized to see people who are not entirely African American, who are not entirely like them, as the same as them. And that's where the problems lie in those communities. That's the point I was making. So my point actually was that I don't think it has anything to do with African Americans per se. I mean, people can make their arguments about what's good, bad, and happy and sad about that. My point is that they have been, I think, unfortunately conditioned and socialized to see biracials as black, and it hasn't worked out. And that's why I think there's a backlash against mixed race people at times, because
How has it not worked out?
this kind of catch-22 doesn't work. It's just not. It hasn't worked in those communities, and it doesn't seem to work now. As to what the young lady said earlier, it doesn't work because there's a backlash. It doesn't work because there are problems. It doesn't work because there are resentments, because people are mad. And I can understand why they're mad. I can understand it.
You know what they're also.
I can understand why there are black people who resent biracial people. I may not agree with it, but I understand it because of what's gone on historically in this context. This idea of seeing biracial people, which other ethnicities and cultures and other groups do not do. They don't see mixed race people, biracial people, multiracial people as the same as them. They don't see them as just another kind of person absolutely like them. This seems to be a phenomenon that's only located in that community. And that's why I see why it can make problems.
It is because they didn't endure the same struggles. That's why they don't see them as the same. In the black community,
no, because it's not the same. It has nothing to do with a struggle. It's nothing to do with a struggle.
We're segregated just alongside the full black people. They fought for civil rights.
Yeah, but that's not the point.
Together.
No, yeah, but the point is, you have to look at the logic here. The problem is, you can talk about struggle all you want. You have to talk of reality. A mixed race person is not the same as a biracial person is not a monoracial person. A monoracial person is not a biracial person. So that's why in different countries you have different names for mixed race populations. Now, getting to what the young lady had said, her point again, my argument wasn't. Go ahead, sorry.
We have different names for them here. What does the naming have to do with anything?
Well, what it means is, in other countries, they're seen as a different population. They're not seen as the same as one type of group.
That's not
in Brazil,
true.
Mixed race people are part of. They're not seen as black people. In South Africa, mixed race people are colored. They're not seen as black people. They're not seen that way.
That's not necessarily true. And see, this is.
Well, it is true.
It's not. No, see, the problem is this, right? If a particular demographic,
no, I'm afraid it is true.
If a particular demographic,
they are a separate population and different group.
If a particular demographic has, let's say, because again, most demographics that are not pale ass white or black ass black, right? Every demographic in between is an admixture of different places, right? And so what happens is this. If you look at a particular culture that has a particular admixture already in it, right? They're used to seeing a balance of, let's say, 33% Mongoloid or whatever they call that, 33% Negroid, 33% Caucasoid. Okay, that's what they're used to seeing, is that balance of three different cultures. And then someone who is only 33% or 50% Mongoloid and 50% Negroid comes in and mates with one of those people, the resulting child is still actually going to be considered, as long as they are born and raised in the population and follow all the same cultural practices and whatever, they're going to be seen as that population because they still have the same admixture. The problem is when you bring in another admixture that doesn't already exist in the current population, because now that kid has an admixture that doesn't exist in this population at all. And so therefore, it's not like, oh, you stand out a little bit, right? Oh, maybe you're a little bit different, because there's actually variation in populations, and that's okay. It's when your underlying admixture radically changes. And so if the admixture is supposed to be 50% Negroid and 50% Caucasoid, and then a Mongoloid person comes in, and well, now you're going to have 33, 33, 33. That's going to make a completely different person that stands out, because now they have this underlying architecture that's radically different. Yes, then they will be rejected. Then they'll be called something else, right? So you have to look at, in essence, what the population you're talking about. You have to look at what they're already made up of, right? to understand
Eh,
what will be accepted and what will be rejected. And that's
well, and
what
again,
people aren't often looking at.
my point is that mixed race populations exist in different countries and are named and have specific names for them. That was part of the point that I made before. So
Right,
You're
and
if you have
associating
people
that
specific
with
come
names for
in,
individuals, it means they're considered different. They're not considered the same.
but
Because if
not
they were
every
the
country
same,
has
there
even
that.
wouldn't be a
America
Because
separate
some
has
name
that.
for
countries
them.
already have black
Even
in their
That's
America
why.
admixture,
has
so
that.
black people come in, and then those kids aren't looked at as half black. They're just looked at as one of the
So
same
what
people
you
because
said had
again,
nothing to
black is
do with
already
my
in their
point.
admixture.
Al, what I'm telling you is
Yeah, but
the name,
again, the point
name,
that I'm making, the point that
the
I've already
names are
made, I think
created.
I made the point. Let me
Yes,
address
I hear
the
your point.
argument that the
If the names are different,
young
therefore
lady
the
had made
names are
previous.
different, therefore the people are different. But in the United States, the mixed people had a different name too. They were called mulattoes. It didn't stop them
Well, some
from
of them
having
were,
black
yes.
experience.
But my point is, it's not just the name that's separate. There's a separate population that is mixed race. That's what's separate. In other countries, they acknowledge that these individuals are mixed race, are a mixed race group. They're a separate population.
In other
That's the point.
populations,
And
they
that
don't
so
even
they have
look
a name for
necessarily
that
at you in
population.
terms of race.
And the same
In
is
other
true
populations,
previously in the
in
United
other
States.
populations, they're talking about tribes. Two black people are different because they're from the different tribe, and it's kind of
No,
weird
I'm
to
not
me. It's
referring
kind
to
of weird to me
tribes.
that
I'm
you
referring to separate
you
population.
seem to be
I
seem
was
to
very
be
specific. I
very
said
you seem to
Brazil,
be
South
very
Africa,
dedicated
Canada, etc.
to separate. Yeah, you seem to be very keen on separating your black ancestry from your white ancestry. But all your white
Well,
ancestors,
I'm actually
Irish or
speaking about
German or
not
whatever
me.
else,
I'm talking about
hit me the
reality. And the
same.
reality
That
is
don't
when
hit
you're
me the same.
biracial, you're biracial, you're different. So getting to the young lady's
This is
point
what I'm trying to tell you.
previously,
This is what I'm
well,
trying to
here's the
tell you.
point.
Is that
Yeah, but here's getting to the young lady's argument before.
I haven't even
This
said my
is
argument. Not you've
right,
spoken
but
mostly
I had to.
uninterrupted. You've spoken
Okay.
mostly
What I'm
uninterrupted. I just want to
saying
say a
is,
point.
I'm trying to address
You
what she
said
had
it
said earlier because I
multiple
didn't get a
times.
chance.
You said it multiple times. Can we address what you said? If you didn't articulate it well the first
Or
time,
Melly is still there. Is Melly
third,
your sleep,
fourth
Melly?
time, I don't
Well,
know how
I'm
many more
trying
times
to get to what
Chaos,
she
don't
had
do that,
said
dude.
previously. I didn't get to do that.
You said Ruby?
to
I said
articulate
don't do
yourself.
that. They're speaking, so
Articulate it well
interrupting to
the
bring up
first time.
melody is not appropriate. Sorry, go ahead.
Articulate it
Wait,
well the
what?
first time.
I'm sorry. What was that about?
It wasn't about you.
Nothing. So
Oh,
this is what I'm
I
saying.
know that, but
This is what I'm saying. If you don't, why are you so keen on separating your African, I should say, and European ancestry, yet your various European ancestries get to be the same, and your various African ancestries get to be the same? You said that you're talking about reality, and that
well, I'm not. I don't know
about
why
race
you're
now.
talking to me. Why you're referring to me? I'm talking in a larger context. So I'm not referring. I'm not making this a personalized experience. So I'm not referring to myself. I never referred to
Anybody.
myself.
It applies to
I'm
anybody.
referring to biracial people in a
It
larger
applies to
sense.
anybody
And
who
I'm
agrees
and I'm
with the way
being
you think.
and I'm being large. I'm speaking in a collective sense of biracial people and mixed race people. Not
What is
speaking
a
of
race?
myself.
What is a
That would be
race? Let me ask you a
individualizing it.
question. What's a race? What's a
And
race?
I'm trying to what I'm trying to do is respond to what the young lady had said earlier. And what she had said
At what
earlier
My
point
name
do you
is
get
was
to
Ruby,
that
respond
so
to
you can
you?
just call me Ruby.
her. Oh, sorry. What was your name?
Ruby. There on the screen.
Oh, Ruby. I didn't know that. I just wanted to be polite. I'll to address what Ruby had said. The problem with what you have said is, and I mentioned this before, and I also mentioned something else specifically, is that what you're doing is you're using ethnicity, culture, and all these aspects devoid of biraciality.
But okay, so
Being
let me ask you.
biracial doesn't have any in one's culture, not being able to be involved in one's ethnic group, not being involved in other aspects. I'm not saying that that is somehow irrelevant or invalid. What I'm saying is being race, that does not negate being a mixed race person.
Okay,
So your
okay, so
point, again, your argument, it's an argument to negate. It is absolutely, first of all, it has nothing to do with blackness. About using, it is about one, the individual argument, which is the individual has the right to see themselves however they want. Well, no one's arguing that they don't. But if somebody is mixed race, they're mixed race. If someone is biracial, they're biracial. You can call yourself whatever you want, but in the end of the day, if you have one parent of one race and one parent of another race, you're biracial whether you like it or not. You're mixed race whether you like it or not.
Okay,
I mean, let's get real here.
Can I
Oh,
ask
so
you?
you can dismiss their reality, but no one can dismiss
Okay,
yours.
go
Got
ahead.
it. Okay. Go ahead.
I was about to
Well,
say.
I'm actually stating the reality. You're trying to
Okay.
Wait,
dismiss
I'll
it
let
with
Nas
your
go. We've been
arguments,
talking for a
and they
long
won't
time. Let's
fly.
let Nas go. We've got a new person on the panel as well who hasn't gotten a chance. So go ahead, Nas, and then Chaos, you're after Nas.
Go ahead.
Okay, so my question is that like I mean I guess it's kind of like two questions. Like what context are you talking about biracial? Like or mix, like are you saying like multiracial and biracial? Um because even Europeans, for example, not all Europeans are just like from an American context, white. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have Eastern Europeans who have, like East Asian type ancestry, or, Siberian or whatever. Then you have, Italians, who have, Arab, African or mixed or whatever, what I'm saying? They have uh certain admixtures themselves, what I'm saying? But they're still Italian. I mean, I know you kind of like answered. I don't know if you sort of answered it because like because what Ruby's saying, I think I don't know. To me, I think I don't necessarily think that she was weaponizing her point. I just think that it was just a point. You know what I'm saying? And my question is like I know um mixed race people, they like to do like percentages and stuff like that. Like, I'm this percentage and I'm that percentage, like 33% this and 33% that. So okay, I'm just gonna condense my question in terms of like what context are you using this biraciality? Like I'm kind of like confused on that.
I don't know what you mean by context.
Yeah,
If you
I
want a
don't either.
definition, it's very simple. A biracial is a first generation person of
Okay.
mixed race. So
Okay.
the only context is the discussion that we're having.
Let me clarify.
So that doesn't,
Wait,
a
let me
biracial
clarify.
person, let me define a biracial person. A first, right. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
I try to bring up the point, because there's different contexts depending on where you go. You know what I'm saying? Because I try to bring up the point that Europeans, like Russians, like Vladimir Putin or something like that, he may have admixture himself. Like he may be mixed race. You know what I'm saying? Or certain Italians like Sicilians who are darker skinned, that are, the people that are more closer to the Mediterranean, they're more, I guess you could say, mixed races. And even Scottish and Irish, I heard they were called the N-word in certain occasion because they used to intermingle with black people during the antebellum South, whatever like that. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, but they're still quote unquote considered conventionally white. You know what I'm saying? Like a tan Italian, they're still conventionally called white. You know what I'm saying? But they have more admixture than
Here's the problem. I think you're looking at the composition of different European groups. That's a separate discussion, I think, for a separate.
I don't really think it's
in a separate aspect. I mean,
I'm talking about
I can't go into whether this European group has this mixture of percentage or something. Let me just basically what a biracial person is a first generation person of mixed race. You have a parent of one ethnicity, racial group, and a parent of another ethnicity and racial group.
Okay, this
If
is
you want to get into, and that's basically what biracial people are. It gets a
all
little
right.
bit more complicated with multiracial people because you could have a parent of multiple ethnicities or races getting together with another one, and that could produce a multiracial child. But let's just use that as that's a standard definition. That's a definition, very
Okay.
simple definition.
Okay.
Generation person mixed with what a biracial person is.
Yeah, because you can. I'm just like
Does
trying
that
to
work for you?
separate. Yeah, yeah, you're cool. Because yeah, because the whole biracial thing, if you're biracial, that's black or white, Hispanic or white, whatever like that. I'm saying. Whereas sometimes it can, sometimes it can be anything. You know what I'm saying? Like mix can be just somebody that's like I don't know, like 35% this. You know what I'm saying? Like, but you know, okay, all right, that's
Okay,
all.
so
Right.
I'm going to
I
say
get what
two
you're
things and then
saying.
we're going to move
Like
on
the
to
term
chaos.
mixed is very generic. Good.
That's what I'm saying. Right, right. And all I was trying to
It is
say,
very. Mhm.
I don't want to take up more time. I want Chaos Rain to go, but I think yeah, we kind of get each other with that one.
Okay, so I'm going to say two things quickly and then chaos, you're up, so get ready. Um, the first thing I want to say is this. I'm going to go back to explaining why, first of all, it's important that you don't bring up how everyone else all over the world has a separate designation for these mixed race people, but then as soon as someone wants to bring up in more detail other areas, for example, be more specific about areas in Europe, then you're like, oh, I don't really know about that. I don't want to focus on that today. It's a different discussion. Well, then you shouldn't have brought it in. But I'm going to explain what I meant when I said we have to understand how a balance of admixture really does play a role in different ethnicities other than the 3 or 4 baseline structures we have, right? When we're talking about the ethnicities around the world and belonging via phenotype and obviously culture and whatever, but I'm speaking specifically about phenotype, why it matters and why it's different. Because while again, right, we do have a thing in the Black community where if you have phenotypically Black features, whether it be hair, nose, musculature, something, and you have a white parent and a Black parent, you will be co-opted, let's say, by the Black community as a Black person. You could have those traits, but if you also phenotypically are very obviously also part Japanese or Korean, you're Blasian. So there is already a name, right, for half Black, half Asian people. Why? Because we understand that in the descendants of slavery, Black person, right, we generally have an admixture of Black and white. And so there is an actual threshold whereby if the balance shifts too much and too many phenotypically white traits are present and too few phenotypically Black traits are present, is when we start really feeling like, oh, you're more white, Brad. I don't think you can claim the Black experience, which is another thing we have to recognize. Blackness is a social construct, which has a lot to do with your social experience on this continent. And that's why we identify very much with the Black experience as almost a culture and an identity above other things like DNA and, longstanding traditions passed down and so on and so forth, because a lot of those types of things were our original languages and cultures and practices were ripped away from us during that 400 years of slavery, right? But we have this admixture of white and Black, and as long as we see a predominance of phenotypically Black features, a Black presentation, right, we will feel that connectedness because honestly, because of our recent history, like I said, we haven't actually homogenized yet. And so there's so much variation and there's so much variation just in phenotypic presentation and DNA makeup and whatever, but what we do identify as being black, whether it's ADOS or DOS, right, is some admixture of black and white. As soon as you put something else in there, like Asian, we actually do identify Blasian people as being other. We do, right? And so that's why I said it actually does matter what even the admixture is when you're talking about one black parent and one non-black parent, right? We actually do care what the other non-black parent is, and we will identify people who are not half black, half white by being biracial or mixed race or whatever, and often throwing in, like with the Blasian thing, throwing in the other race in there because we don't relate to or identify with Asian phenotype in any way. It doesn't actually, it's not really part of our natural baseline admixture. And that's what I was trying to explain earlier. Chaos, what do you have to say about all of this?
All right. Damn, it's a lot, man. I just came up here and people were talking about race mixing and talking about the classifications. It makes me think when America might get to direction in the next 30 years or 25 years, maybe around 2053, when they start labeling and start giving mulattoes their own classification for this browning or tanning of America, because it's coming now. I think they already got data on how much children that are mixed from different racial parents, and they're not really going to put it out there yet, but eventually it's going to be a reality as America gets more, I guess, tan, not darker, but tan up. But we shall see. But my thing is this, Ruby, 'cause I didn't know you go by a lot of the definitions still. That I think my issue with the admixture, that it causes a lot of confusions in time, especially if people that's admixture not really teaching anything to the children that will become the future adults. I think you hear stories that a lot of them that get confused that got two different parents. It'll surprise you. I mean, that's why I don't really advocate it. It's cool to a degree if you get controlled, but if you're just doing it just for the sake of make yourself more accepted to society, then you have problems. That's my take.
Sorry, what about me surprised you, Chaos? I'm confused. I just the part about me.
No, I
Everything else
think you were talking about I think you said your side of family that some were Jamaican and some other tribe. If I can remember what other
No,
tribe you
and
said.
white.
Oh,
Yeah,
white.
half of my
Yeah.
family is biracial. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm the only full black cousin on one side of my family, including
Oh,
my
really?
sister. Yes, and I'm the only light skinned person on the other side of my family. So, yeah.
Damn. That's what's up, man. You know, I never question it. 'Cause I noticed when I saw you 2 years and he's from Jamaica, I said, you're a woman from the island or that part of Canada that parents come from Jamaica and came up here. And mind you, we do have light skinned people from Jamaica that have two black parents. Hope people
Hmm.
understand that. I think that you speak with accent or whatever, that you could be mixed. No, no, no. They're black people. Yeah, yes, yes, they are. If you're the only one, that's what's up. So.
Well, see,
Okay.
that's the thing. Race as a construct doesn't exist the same way in Jamaica as it does here, which is
Yeah,
why I didn't
yeah,
understand race because
yeah,
it really didn't matter. You would say the Chinese man or the German one or whatever,
yeah.
but they were all Jamaican.
Hmm.
So it wasn't the black one or this one. Like that wasn't a level of identity or of group belonging. Group belonging was Jamaican, foreign, or yard. That's it. Like there was not
Yard.
like
Yeah.
you're from yard or you're from foreign. And then if you're from yard, you either live in yard or you live foreign, right? Like those are the only designations. All of this race stuff where you're getting group belonging based on a phenotypic presentation doesn't really exist in Jamaica. So in and of itself, like I said this earlier, I did not understand what race was. It didn't make any sense to me. So since Jamaican people are black, then everyone in my
Yes.
family to me was black because
Yes.
everyone in my family, all four of my grandparents are born and raised in Jamaica. Therefore, they're all black because that's what blackness is, right? Black people are from
Mhm.
Jamaica. I didn't understand what blackness was. It didn't make sense to me. And so still having this identity where it's just about the phenotypic presentation, your skin tone, the width of your nose, the texture of your hair, and whatever, and not about culture, religion, beliefs, practices, and whatever, right? That's why I harp on that and I hone in on that so ardently, because I'm like, that's what I identify. I don't really identify with a skin tone or with a type of hair or a type of nose or whatever. I identify with a culture first, and then identify with people who remotely look like me second, right? But when I say remote, I mean remote, because I also identify with white Jamaicans and Chinese Jamaicans, right? I identify with Jamaicans, period. I identify with Islanders, period. I identify with Black folk, period, right? It's like almost like you have to have an otherness that doesn't relate on some level to me for me to be like, nah, we're different, right? So to me, to some extent, this argument like doesn't make sense to me. A lot of it doesn't really make a lot of sense to me, just because it's never really like, it's only relevant because I'm on this continent and it's important here, not because it's an actual thing. Like, it's not, to me, it's not like really a thing. Like, who cares? Like, if you as a person who has a white parent and a Black parent, and your Black parent is really strong in their beliefs and their culture and whatever, and the white parent's been going along with the Black parent's culture anyway and whatever, and so you identify with the Black parent's culture, cool. Or that's the one that you look the most like, and that's the one, cool. For me, it's not so much of an issue based on, well, what's your DNA makeup, right? Or like, I don't, first of all, most people don't even know what their genetic makeup is.
Oh, you mean that 23andMe, them type of DNA test type nonsense?
Most people don't even do those things, so they don't really know. They're just guessing based, again, on their phenotype, right? And it's like, yeah, but what about your identity, right? How do you feel and interact with the world and the culture and the food and the religion and the beliefs and whatever, and how does the world treat you? And what stresses and struggles do you face, and who do you have those things in common with, right? Like those are kind of the things that I think are most relevant. But I understand that as long as pretty much the melting pot exists, this discussion will exist. That's what I think.
Well, they're not relevant to you. They're not relevant to you because you're not biracial. You're not mixed race.
To do with that. It's not relevant to my sister either, and she's also mixed race. It's again, we're in a different culture,
right? But
and
again,
my culture doesn't care.
Again, it's easy for you to say it's not relevant to you because you are only defining identity according to several characteristics.
Culture,
those are limited characteristics. Culture and religion and all of that. Those are a part of identity, but they're not entirely identity. Part of identity is also what you are, your ethnicity. If you want to use the term race, your background, who you are. And so we as biracial people, we as mixed race people, mixed race, this is our identity. I understand it's not your identity, but this is our identity. And, our identity. And so my point about it is that, when we advocate for ourselves, when we come out and say, hey, we're going to fight not only to be on the census, but to do other things in the society, we're fighting.
But who's
we biracial people, biracial people.
I don't know. Apparently, Black people don't care about race on this continent. Just mixed race people do. I don't know. That I find that confusing because obviously everyone.
Well, we care about our identity.
Cares about race.
I don't know about race, but we care about our identity.
Right. Everyone does. Everyone cares about identity.
We care about our identity and our status because our status and identity have been denied us.
Identity, sir. You're not special in that way. Everyone cares about their own individual identity and being identified.
I never said anything about special. I never said anything about special. See, I never said anything about special. I just said we care about our identity.
Biracialness. What I said had nothing to do with biracialness. It had to do with being from this continent and defining yourself.
Right, because you're trying to turn it into a generic, broad. You're trying to turn it into something generic and broad only defined by certain characteristics. See,
No,
I
I'm not going to
understand
tell you
these
to do
arguments,
anything.
and I've
So,
heard
sir,
them before.
no,
You're not
sir.
going
See,
to
that's the
try.
thing.
You're not
What
going to
you're not
try to
going
get
to
it past
do,
me.
what you're not going to do is try to change what I said to suit your narrative. Because at the end of the day, again, and I'll continue clarifying it
Nope.
till I'm blue in the face. I come from a country and a culture that does not have race as a defining factor. Therefore, I had to learn what race was from this
Well,
country. I did not know. It has nothing to do
Mhm.
with my lack of mixed raceness or not. It has to do with me being from a different country and my culture being from a different country. And so everybody cares about this race discussion. They might not have the same opinion you do, sir. However, everyone cares about this race discussion on this continent. Everybody does. And so therefore, you trying to make my statements about a country and a culture that does not think about race and racial division and separation and identification the same way that America does, and you trying to make that about me dismissing mixed race people is asinine at best.
actually, I never said anything about your
Of
background. You
course you
mentioned
never
your
did.
background and
Of
where
course,
you're from.
of
I
course you
never
never
did.
did. Of course you never
Right. I
did.
never
Of
did.
course not.
You
Yeah,
mentioned it
I
because I
know.
don't know where you're from.
Okay,
But what
cool.
I
So
said
let's do
was, what I
final thoughts,
commented
y'all.
was
You
in
want to
your
go first?
Yeah,
argument.
let's do final thoughts for real because
Yeah,
this is not getting nowhere.
yeah. I'm not doing this anymore. You want to do final thoughts? Go first, Al. Final thoughts.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's my final thought.
Okay.
What I hear from you and what you have done, and I
That's your final
think
thoughts for the whole
it's
show. This is the last thing
not
you're going to say
unusual.
tonight.
I've heard this before. If we hear from
Okay.
you is these are typical arguments that diminish the ability of those of us who are biracial and mixed race,
Oh, what the
not,
fuck?
not only to
I
retain
know,
our
right?
identity, but to be but to promulgate and promote ourselves in this society or maybe other societies. Because what it seeks to do is not only eradicate our identity, but also reduce it to other forms that are merely individual expressions. Or you can individually say whatever you want and you can claim whatever you want. Well, yes, individuals can't do that. But as mixed race people, like I said, historically in this country, the US, we were denied that for many years because of the one drop rule, because of separate but equal, because of Plessy v. Ferguson. We had our own institutions, our own organizations, our own communities, and these were taken from us. We were forced to amalgamate into larger communities. We had limited choices. And so historically, we are coming back to trying to be a people who have a identity, people who are a distinct and obvious people. And people don't like that. People disagree with it. People mock it. People make fun of it. People put us down. People say we don't exist, no such thing as us. Well, sorry, we're here. We exist, and we're not going away. And if people don't like it, they can try all the rhetorical tricks and argumentative tricks they can, but they will not diminish who we are, and they will not make us go away. And with that thought, I bid adieu to everyone on this panel, and I thank you for having me.
Perfect. Thanks for coming up. Have a good night, the Al Show. All right, who's next? Mr. Know-It-All. Ready for final thoughts?
Sure. All I'm gonna say is this whole debate between black versus mixed. I think we've seen that that both sides get in on the whole rejecting the other, just like Al's been doing for like the last hour. He does not want to be associated with black people. He hates the fact that white people forced mixed people to associate with blacks. I mean, it's kind of weird actually, because that was to his benefit. If he had no allies, if the mixed people had no allies in the black community, they'd be much worse off. But I don't know. I personally, I don't. I see mixed people as mixed, but I still embrace them as black, provided they themselves embrace themselves as black and they embrace the black community.
Hmm.
Because I know in America the struggle was similar, maybe not exactly the same, but the common enemy was the white dominant society. That was a bigger obstacle than any other beef between the mixed people and the black people. So that's me. I still see mixed people as black. That's it for me.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Know-It-All. It's nice to have you in here saying some stuff to unfrustrate me now and again. So thank you for that. Always a pleasure, sir. Thank you for coming. All right. Why don't we do chaos next? Chaos, final thoughts?
I actually did want to ask you a question for the dude interrupt me because you said something about yard. That's people from the what they call the hills or some parts of the country. Yard people. Ruby.
Yard is Jamaica. When we say, okay, when you say your yard, I'm going back to my yard. It's like I'm going home. That's
Okay,
what
okay,
yard
okay. All right,
means.
good. That's what I want. All right,
So
cool.
yeah.
Um,
So
if,
Jamaicans say we go back. We're going back a yard. That means we're going back to Jamaica to go visit or whatever.
okay,
So
I get you. I get you. I get you. Okay, cool, cool. Well, damn. The only thing I would say in regards with this dude saying, let me check. Oh, I'm not sure where in history that people that are mulatto-ish were separate from blacks before integration. They pile everybody as black. One drop rule is still gonna be in effect until these people decide to reclassify and keep the money to themselves. So don't think because they separate that they're gonna now put you in this so-called American social order. They never have, never will. That's why you think the European did what he did to the African woman and create these mulatto class first to create confusion. That is all. He was not going to accept his bastardship he create. If he did, he would did it already. So if they do decide to separate, you're not getting anything more upgraded to the piece of pie of America. They're not in the business of sharing any wealth or anything of any sort of nature. Hell, they didn't give black people reparations yet. So that's my final thoughts. Thank you.
all right. Well, thank you very much, Chaos, for coming up and sharing your piece. Can't believe to say it, but hey, you know what? You're one of the more agreeable people on the panel today, so thank you.
Of course, you
No,
know how I be, Ruby man. At times I'm quiet, but when I open my mouth, it's gonna be special. It's gonna be electrified. It's gonna be wait, hold on.
Electrifying.
alrighty then. Check you out with the soundboard. All right. Yeah. Have a good night, Chaos. Thanks for taking part.
Yeah.
All right. And Nas, final thoughts?
My final thoughts is, just hearing that whole ordeal, you know, I think you made, Ruby, I think you made a legitimate point, what I'm saying, in terms of culture. Um, I believe culture, he can say like, culture is not the only thing that makes your identity, but it's the overriding factor. I would argue that. And,
Mhm.
what America has done is because America, it's really a nation that has gone through just quick transitional periods of social engineering. It's like quickly, what I'm saying, like back in the 1960s, it was like funk and disco. What I'm saying, 20 years later, it's hip hop and rap that's dominating pop culture. So you know I say all that to say this. I think he misconstrued your point from the perspective of his pushing his agenda. Not saying his agenda is good or bad. I'm saying he is coming from his heart. I'm saying, but I think what she was talking about, Ruby, was pretty. It was a legitimate point that I always thought about. What I'm saying, and that's why I brought in the whole Black Hispanic thing, and I kind of compared that plight to the quote unquote mixed race flight. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Because essentially, they're still black, but they're also Hispanic. And then,
Mhm.
you get certain mixed people that are, mixed race, but are still black, like at least culturally. You
Mhm.
know what I'm saying? So,
Mhm.
um, I just wanted to say I agree with your point. You know what I'm saying? And
Thank you.
um, that's like my ending sentiments. I appreciate you for having me on the panel. Um, salute to y'all.
Yeah,
All
well,
right, I'm
thank you
out.
so
Good
much for
night
coming, Nas. Hope you won't be a stranger.
for coming. And Ruby, thanks for holding it down for me because I was I was tired. I got to get up at 9 in the morning.
Mhm.
Honestly, I was gonna come and shut it down anyway, but thank you so much for holding it down without me. And
No problem. It's okay because I get to grandstand, give my final thoughts. Got rid of everybody. Yes. Okay. No, but for real, I would give some few final thoughts, and then yeah, we're all going to bed. Um. So, and I think that, I love that you brought up that Nas brought up the Latinx community, because in and of itself, it's actually an amazing illustration of exactly what would happen if you had a biracial class, right? Because in and of itself, right, first of all, within the Latinx community, you still have racist Latinx people who don't want Black people, Black Latinx or not, in their group. And then you have Black Latinx people who want to reject the categorization of Black at all. And then you have other versions of Latino that are just not even acknowledged as being a Latino because typically maybe they're Asian or something, so they're not acknowledged by half of Latinx. And so what ends up happening, what you see a lot, right, is that people want to make this racial group thing, this designation based on a few key very superficial traits. They want to make that the only thing that matters. But the truth is, that's not the only thing that matters. And things like culture, right, which include, language, food, practices, religion, all these things, that actually matters as well, right? So you have um, the culture and the division of your culture and how you balance that culture, that matters. And then you have your experience as far as you living in the country that you live in and how are you treated and what experiences do you have and what struggles and victories and so on and so forth and what group of people most closely relate to you and some of the more deeper meaningful moments or things that you go through and so on and so forth. And this is where you can dismiss it all you want, right? But short of being from a parent who is Black with no attachment to a culture and then white with no attachment to a culture, right? You're just, well, the only thing that matters to me is I'm white, and the only thing that matters to me is I'm Black. What does white mean? I don't know. I think maybe I might have some Irish in my background, is Scottish, maybe Ukrainian. I don't know. There's no culture attached to it. Culture is American, right? Short of those people, whose only culture is American, even while they might have multiple races that created them, you're going to find a problem trying to put together a group of people who are biracial, who have two different races of parents, when both of those races of parents are closely attached to their ethnicity and culture. That's just what it comes down to. And it's incredibly dismissive, to pretend as though that shouldn't matter to other biracial people just because it doesn't matter to you. And it's incredibly dismissive, um, to dismiss the experience of people who identify very strongly with one parent's culture, identity, race, religion, whatever, because of their own direct upbringing and actual experiences in society. And so I think that, everyone wants to be right and wants their perspective to be the right way to go. And I don't think there's just one answer to this. I think that all of these things have to be considered. I think your cultural identity, I think your phenotypic identity within society, I think your own individual experiences, I think your upbringing, I think all of these things have to be considered. And I think if we're considering classes, trying to create new classes, what we're going to be seeing is a large assortment. And so I think rather than on like, let's say, having a new checkbox for biracial, which just further dismisses people's identities, maybe the key is to have 10 total boxes, or I don't know, of all the major ethnicities in the world, and then people can check multiple if they belong to multiple. And then that way they get to feel fully represented. And at the same time, we aren't going to be dismissing people's really close attachment to certain types of culture and religion and whatever, just because, we can't have 10 million different options on the race part of the application. So I think, to me, that might be a good solution. But, obviously it's always going to need more and more discussion. But if we could just try to be less dismissive of individuals, right, their own individual experiences, their own individual opinions, and how they got to those places, I think that we'll go a lot further, a lot faster. So those are
Right.
my final thoughts, darling.
Well, thank
What
you,
about you?
Ruby. I don't really have any. You guys said it all. I had fell asleep a little bit because, like I said, I got to get up in the morning. But you held the panel down, and I appreciate that. That's why I'm glad I got you as a co-host now. Yay! So you can hold it down for
Hmm.
me when I'm asleep.
Hey, hey, hey,
But
hey.
thank you so much, and I will see you guys later, and I will see you Tuesday, Ruby.
Yes, definitely.
Definitely. Okay, guys, we have something great for y'all Tuesday. So make sure y'all
Mhm.
here. Make sure y'all check it out. I'll see y'all then. Peace.
Cheers, y'all.